Let me know when you're ready.
Is someone logged in via Zoom? That's why it's echoing.
Michelle, am I getting an echo?
Yes. You're not logged into Zoom, Mark?
No. Probably should be. We're going to start in about a minute. Good morning, everyone. And I'd like to welcome you to, I guess this is the final CAG. This is the end of an era coming up. Galen is your event was very nice last night, enjoyed it. And I'd like to welcome the participants today. We are both online and in person. Today we have Tom, the chair, Josephine, and Galen Hansen, the IAASB chair. We also welcome our PIOB observer, Sandra Peters, and our official observers, George Cabway and Barb Banich from the PCOB. Of course, Don, I think you were online. Welcome, Don Miglici, who is the SMP advisor, and all our public observers. There were some attendees who submitted their apologies, and we are going to kick it off. I think we'll start with Tom. I want to see if you have any welcoming comments.
So not quite your final meeting, but your final in-person meeting here. But again, I have you in the room. Thank you very much for all your service. You have been and you will continue to be crucial parts of our stakeholder community and inform our process. A special thanks to Jim for all you've done as chair. We'll have other moments to congratulate you later, but there's a few really important items on our agenda. One in particular we're starting with is IAASB 5000 on our assurance standard for sustainability reporting. We're at a very crucial moment at that, and to some extent we're testing out our upcoming roundtables with you. So we look forward to a lively discussion this morning. A number of projects are sort of at a stage that is allowing us to step back and do some critical thinking. Going concern just finished its comment period. We're thinking about our strategy and work plan, and audit evidence is just post-comment period 2, and we're now coming towards the end of the ED development stage for fraud. So a lot to think about right now, and certainly anxious to hear the input of this advisory group. So appreciate your continued participation and look forward to the discussions today and tomorrow.
Thank you, Tom. And yes, we're not going to let you go easily. In fact, there is going to be a virtual meeting in December for IAASB CAG. But we're going to kick it off today with sustainability. And Tom, I think what you said really resonates, because we are a bit of a testing ground, and this isn't a group that's shy. So I'm very curious to see what the reaction is. And Josephine, I believe I saw you. I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody there. Good afternoon, good evening to everyone online as well. Apologies to not be there in person, but as usual, of course, really appreciate being asked to join the CAG today. for our mini roundtable. You are not a test. I don't think. You are definitely a valid group of participants in our series of roundtables. So really looking forward to hearing your insights and feedback today. Snapping to it as usual. We have just under 2 hours for this mini roundtable, and the key questions were presented to you in agenda item B1. Fortunately for us, CAG have been involved in our journey to approving the exposure draft for consultation. So hopefully the guidance in the EM and the ED, of course, itself will be fairly familiar to you by now. We are in listening mode today, so we're looking for your advice and insights now on how to improve the standard as we take it forward to final approval next year. We have 4 questions, as I say, with about 20 minutes allocated for your feedback on those questions. All the feedback today, of course, forms part of the feedback to the standard, and that will be analysed by the task force and the board in pulling together the final standard. However, it's always still helpful to have written responses when necessary. So please do send those in when you can. For those who sit in the role of preparer, investor, reporting standard setter, oversight body, academic, we have actually also prepared a survey that has fewer questions than in the explanatory memorandum, 10 questions that we believe are addressing those areas that those particular group of stakeholders will be more focused. So if you fit into that group, then please do have a look at that particular survey. So Michelle, we move on to the next slide. Lovely, thank you. Okay, so our first question today is focusing on our goal to develop an overarching standard. And that's the standard that's providing a global baseline for sustainability assurance. Now, if we go back to the previous question, please. There we go. So so to do that, we need to ensure that it be principle-based while still providing sufficient specificity to drive consistency in the conduct, of course, a high-quality sustainability assurance engagement. And that's for all entities, regardless of size, complexity, and to address the challenges, of course, in conducting these engagements, of which we heard over the year or so in developing the ED what those challenges were and did try and address them. Now, as a global baseline, whilst it is framework neutral, the goal here is to be able to use the standard irrespective of sustainability topics, so environment, social, economic, cultural, and also aspects of topics, so risks, opportunities, governance, processes, so forth. And whether narrowly focused, so it could be just focusing on climate or more widely, such as we see in CSRD and ESRSs. Now, we also believe it's able to be applied regardless of the mechanisms for reporting sustainability information. So, for example, you might have inclusion in an integrated report to the standalone sustainability report, or even a report on a specific topic. Now, provided its suitable criteria are assurance technical wording, it can be applied regardless of the criteria. So CAG will be aware that in developing the ED, we did consider global sustainability reporting standards, including IAASB and GRI standards, as well as ESRSs. And those were a basis for understanding whether our proposals were appropriate and could be practically applied. And in fact, we use those standards when including examples in the exposure draft. Excuse me. And it's also being developed to allow for criteria that provide different user perspectives as well, often what we refer to as double materiality. But we're actually going to cover that a little bit later on. That's going to be question C or 3 on the slide. So we'll potentially just park that if we can for now. So as CAG is aware as well, it's a standalone standard, so it has to therefore cover limited assurance and resource engagements. And with all our assurance standards, it can be used by all assurance practitioners. So with that as a little bit of background to warm us all up, I would like to open up for feedback, please. Suggestions, insights in relation to question 1 on the screen. And probably, Jim, it's best if I hand back to you to help me monitor comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. And we'll kick it off with anyone on thoughts on the, also on the board. Now, I know this is not a shy group. Hilda.
Thank you and good morning to all. I was not expected to kick this off, but as you were inviting, I think overall, yeah, we're there. Obviously, we have not yet really started in-depth consideration of the standard. You know, we're just starting now. Early comments are, I would say, positive. With two considerations. One is very selfish for us in Europe because we have 2024 or sustainability reporting and sustainability assurance being mandated for the largest entities, which are very, very often groups. And the standard has put groups as a next project. And so we hear voices coming up, well, for what we have to go through next year, that might not be the most practical for us in Europe. So that's why I called it a selfish comment, because only in 2025, then we have many more items, many more companies that have to join in the scope. And then they are what they call larger entities. Most of them might be not groups, there might be groups as well. So the standard is actually more suitable for that second vague rather than the first vague in Europe. So that's one comment. And then a second one on the limited between limited versus reasonable assurance. Obviously, to prepare the standard, and the IAASB looked at the ISAs, the ISAEs, the EER guidance, and I'm sure other things. Some believe, well, it's very, very, very close to the ISAs. And then if you look at limited assurance, with which we all will start, reasonable assurance is down the line only in a number of years. I think some have some doubts whether the limited assurance is pitched in the way that they would like to have seen it more from a practical point of view, more from a point of view to be as useful as it could be. But, you know, these are first preliminary comments which are shared by some people, but definitely not all over the line, because for most of the other questions, I think overall we get positive feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, that's really helpful, Hilda. So there's a couple of points there for us to think about then. So groups, there is agreed that we did say we may need to do more with groups, and that's exactly what we need to hear now. And so it's really good that you raise it. So we may need to do more, and then we could do that as a second stage. But we did actually try quite hard to make sure that, you know, under the new model, under the new ISO 600 model, everything is risk driven from that perspective, and in terms of also limited assurance as well, when you're thinking about where those misstatements might fall in those disclosures, it's all really with that mindset of looking at it all together. So what will be really helpful to us as we're coming to conclusion is how much more do we therefore need to do, because you're not the first person that's raised this. We have tried to address it as far as we could, but we didn't want to go too far with that principles-based approach. So that's really good feedback. And then the point about limited assurance is a really, really helpful point. Thank you. Yes, have we gone too close to the ISAs in terms of limited assurance, and do we need to be a little bit more practical from that perspective, and maybe we need some more differentiation? So really helpful. Thank you. But Jim, I'll hand back and perhaps just let it flow a little bit more. Thank you.
Thanks, Josephine. Akihito.
Thank you very much, James. Thank you, Josephine, for your explanation. First of all, congratulations on publishing the exposure draft of ISSA 5000. It's really great progress. As mentioned in the IOSCO report published this March, addressing challenging issues are one of the important points in developing ISSA 5000, considering the stakeholders' needs, we believe. From that perspective, I'd like to point out 2 points in particular to which I think further considerations will be required. The first point is the area of fraud, including greenwashing. In order to promote the consistent sustainability assurance practice, further guidance examples such as examples of greenwashing, what is greenwashing, and examples of how to respond to fraud risk should be incorporated in ISS 5000, I think. By doing so, practitioners could plan and conduct sufficient and appropriate assurance procedures. Then high-quality sustainability assurance are achieved. Some additional provisions need to be added, given the fraud is a very important area. It's my first point. Secondly, connectivity between financial statements and sustainability information is also an important area. I think I understand some provisions are included in the exposure draft of ISSA 5000, but some more specific points should be incorporated, I think. For example, what should be considered, and the examples of practitioners' procedures in terms of connectivity could be added as appendix. Including these 2 points, I expect IAASB to continue to hear various stakeholders' views in order to understand the important areas and what are the challenging issues to be addressed, and consider them toward the finalization of ISSA 5000. That's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akihito. Tomeisho. Tomeisho? Did you have your hand up? Maybe I'll go to, let's see. One second.
Yeah, I can send him a little chat. Maybe he can read his chat.
Okay, in the meantime, Paul.
My comments are much the same as Hilda's. Obviously, in the European Union, we're faced with over a 3-year period phasing in and onboarding 50,000 companies into being required to produce quite comprehensive sustainability reports that will be subject to limited assurance. Generally speaking, very positive reaction to what the progress that's been made on this project is really quite astounding. My views are, however, quite preliminary for the same reasons as Hilda's. The standard has a look and a feel of an ISA, and some may criticize you for that. I think from where we are, that's maybe not a bad thing, because many professional accountants are going to want to pick up and use this thing, and they've already got some familiarity with the shape and form of the ISAs. So we're hoping to, I guess, transfer their skills from financial reporting to sustainability reporting. But of course, the standard is profession agnostic, so it's also going to need to have to speak to and be accessible to, understandable by the non-professionals. And that, in the European context is quite important, because of course their commitment to try to open up the market, as they say. The group issue, the value chain issue, might be a bit problematic. I'm still trying to figure this all out at the moment, but as Hilda says, typically in the European Union, it's going to be the largest companies that are required to report. They're the first on the chopping block, so to speak. So we got a situation here, and I often talk about think small first, let's make standards simple and scalable. But the problem we've got here is that the companies that are going to be first impacted are going to be the largest companies, certainly within the European Union, and they're groups. So that does beg the question whether more work needs to be done on groups. And also, of course, in Europe, because we have impact materiality, double materiality, that means value chain reporting, and the information coming through the value chain is going to be critical as well. So we're going to get effectively consolidated into the same packet. Yesterday when IAASB presented, they did seem in terms of considerations in relation to ethics on group and value chain, like they'd perhaps progressed a little bit further in their thinking. Or maybe you've progressed the thinking, but you feel at the moment that it's not appropriate for the initial standard. So it's good. It's good, great progress. So congratulations on the progress so far.
Thanks, Paul. Josephine, do you want me to continue on, or would you like to
that's
respond?
fine. No, I'm absorbing it all. I mean, I don't have any further comments. I mean, one of the things I will say is that in terms of discussion here is that it's going to be a fair challenge about, does this look too much like the ISAs? And I think it's to Hilda's point, which is when we're dealing in a limited assurance world, what practically can we do to make sure that somebody isn't steered down a direction that is increasing work effort unnecessarily? And but we did agree, and it was part of the project proposal, that in order to develop this this global baseline, we would have to incorporate the recent thinking of the board, where we see when you're delivering a high quality assurance engagement, which an audit is, you have to incorporate that recent thinking. We can't ignore that we've made some steps forward as a board in our thinking, and our stakeholders too. So it will certainly incorporate that more recent thinking, and so it will feel a little bit more like that. But at the same point, what we need in that feedback then is where potentially too far, potentially this is really more guidance than actually what we really need in requirements. And so it's that thinking as you're going through the standard, what's missing and what really is unnecessary, and helping us and guiding us from that direction. Jim, Toshimitsu is ready, I think, now to jump in.
Okay, Toshimitsu.
Hi, sorry that I couldn't respond to you. I'm sorry. Thank you, task force and team, for the great effort to build this exposure draft. I have two twisted comments on questions described in breadpoint A. The first one is related to the breadth. Any suitable criteria, i.e., is framework neutral. This comment is also related to question described in breadpoint C. I wouldn't have any objection to the conclusion, but I have one concern. The last sentence of the breadth, any suitable criteria, in paragraph 14 of the explanatory memorandum says as follows. Furthermore, the IAASB has been monitoring key jurisdictional developments in sustainability reporting, in particular, the EU, CSRD, and related assurance requirements. This sentence impresses me that the IAASB assumed that EU CSRD is the implicit target of ISSA 5000. I wouldn't say that this impression is right, but in case if so, EU CSRD stipulates double materiality, and the IAASB implicitly supports this criteria. That situation, meaning criteria which stipulate single materiality, like ISSB, will not be welcomed in the future, would be a problem. Mentioning only EU CSRD here would be kind of misleading, and I hope this sentence would better be deleted. The second one is related to the breadth, used by all assurance practitioners, i.e., is profession agnostic. This comment is also related to the question described in breakpoint B. Similarly, I wouldn't have any objection to the conclusion. But I also have one concern. My opinion is that, at least in Japan, as a reality, non-audit practitioners couldn't comply with ISSA 5000 alone, especially because Exposure Draft 5000 requires practitioners to be subject to ISQM1 or other professional requirements that are at least as demanding as ISQM1. I think it's too hard for non-audit practitioners. It seems that in Japan, for the time being, only professional auditor could comply with ISSA 5000. So if task force and the team will stand for profession agnostic, the wording at least as demanding as ISQMs in paragraph 29 of Exposure Draft 5000 would better be treated. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Toshimitsu. Wei? Or, I'm sorry, Josephine, did you want to speak?
Oh, yeah, I just say thank you so much. That's great. Please be relieved that that wording is in the explanatory memorandum. It's not in the exposure draft. So I totally understand your point when you read it. It does imply that that's the direction. But we've obviously been, and we're going to talk about non-materiality, but obviously we've made sure we've covered that in guidance, and it's not anywhere in terms of the requirements at all. And we're going to talk about a little bit about the practitioner point a little bit later on in some of the questions too. But thank you. It's all fantastic feedback. Thank you. Jim, back to you.
Thanks, Josephine. Wei, you've had your hand up for a while.
Oh, thanks, James. Hello, everyone. Congratulations on the progress. I would like to make a comment on the applicability on the different reporting mechanisms. Usually, the entity may disclose a separate sustainability report accompanying annual report or as a part of annual report. From my view, the assurance standard can be applied well under these reporting mechanisms, as long as the scope of the assurance be required to be included in the assurance report. Since I have read some sustainability assurance reports, they claim they follow the assurance standards issued by IAASB, but they are without the scope. So I would like to point out it is important to require the scope of the assurance should be included in the report. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Wei. Conchita?
Thank you. From where I am, it's good evening. And I would like to say that generally, we are supportive of this project, and I commend the professionals behind this because the progress is quite good. I would say maybe meeting more than what is expected. There are definitely other insights that have been forwarded, but it is still a work in process. And so I am optimistic that with all of these inputs and with the support of everybody, the goal set will be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Conchita. Josephine, I'll turn it back to you.
That's great. That's fantastic. So we've got some nice little nuggets there to take away, and hopefully, to my point, as you continue to work your way through the standard, as you get more insights, and please do share those and feed that back to us, because as has been said today, this is a journey. Those are Hilda's words, in fact, from the last CAG meeting, which I keep using, Hilda, I'm sorry. I'm stalling your phrase, but this is a journey, and we're on this journey together. So please do input when you can. I think probably now, given Toshimitsu's comments, it'd be good to move on to the second slide, Jim. Because this slide is dealing with those fundamental premises that were just spoken about. And those, of course, are foundational to all our assurance standards. It's not just this particular standard. And first that, members of the engagement team, where relevant, the engagement quality reviewer, of course, are subject to the provisions of the code. And of course, as mentioned already, or other professional requirements or requirements in local law and regulation that are at least as demanding. So it's the same. The second, when they're performing the engagement, the practitioner has to be a member of the firm that's subject to ISQM1, or again, other professional requirements or requirements in law or regulation that are at least as demanding. It is not that the standard is saying you absolutely, in all cases, can only apply IAASB code. You can only apply ISQM1. It very much recognizes that there will be other professional requirements and in law regulation that are at least as demanding as those standards. It is often the same for ethical standards, as we know, even in the UK. We have our own, but they are at least as demanding. And, in France as well, for example. It's not, though, necessarily common knowledge that this is the case today for sustainability assurance engagements. So those that are performed under ISA 3000 or ISA 3410 in respect of greenhouse gas statements. And if we think about the IFAC recent state of play study, so that's 2021, so just shy of 70% of assurance engagements on ESG disclosures were performed under 3000. And that included engagements performed by accounting firms and non-accounting firms. So we also explain this point in our explanatory memorandum. So readers are aware that these principles are not new. Now, I recognize that that certainly relates to the IAASB code, and QM1 is new, but ultimately in terms of ISQC1, that's always been there. So the question to CAG then is to get your feedback, insights and thoughts on the importance of these fundamental premises in ED 5000 in respect of the relevant ethical requirements for the engagement team and of course the firm's quality management system, in underpinning, of course, the quality and consistency of these sustainability assurance engagements. So Jim, if I can hand back to you, we're on to question B. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. And actually, I'm going to kick it off. I mentioned this at the IAASB meeting, but I have some experience in this particular area, and that is in our governmental auditing standards, we do allow for non-IPAs, non-practitioners to perform audits under certain parts of the standard. And what we have done is we have said that are required that those non-IPAs must follow our system of quality control, so that everyone, it's in our view, in the governmental view, it's very important. It's part of the public interest that quality is uniform. Now, there are certain circumstances where we would accept another QM system, which inevitably leads to the question, okay, what is your framework or what is your criteria for accepting another system? And that creates a number of challenges, which I think the board might have to think about to the extent they were to do that. But what we found is to have that quality consideration, really everyone has to be under a QM type of standard. So that is, we've done that for years and it's worked. We haven't had any audit failures that are disproportionate in one or the other, where everyone is under the standard. And so that's my experience with that. I want to share. And Tara.
So when we spoke, I guess in March, I was concerned about this point about other practitioners and what, how we would have good quality audits, that kind of thing. And I was happy to see this wording in there around the quality and the ethics. And I maybe thought perhaps the wording should even go further in terms of the professional standards and thinking specifically about the use of experts, and perhaps some additional strong wording should be added again to make sure that we, the public sort of confidence in these audits is maintained.
Thank you, Tara. Barb, welcome. I see you have your hand up. Or your virtual hand, at least.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Good morning. I would be supportive of these requirements, but I will say, after hearing the discussion, there could be the potential for lots of confusion some of these matters. And so I guess what I'm saying is there's probably opportunities at some point for and it may come down to what regulators can and can't do. It is a little bit concerning, some of the conversation yesterday of how these things would be enforced. But I think a broader question is many regulators won't have the ability to bring any kind of enforcement actions or inspection for non-practitioners. So there also might be opportunities to increase disclosure in the reporting when it comes down to a quality management system. Who would make the determination as to whether a different system is as rigorous as ISQM1? And so maybe having non-practitioners disclose what standards or requirements they're following could be beneficial to investors to build understanding of what is and what is not going on with non-practitioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb. Hyson?
Thank you, Josephine, for the presentation. We agree with the way these fundamental premises are treated. They are very important, especially when we speak about the professional competence. The concern is, of course, as I heard before, because sustainability assurance engagements will be provided or will be performed by either the auditors, statutory auditors, or other assurance service providers. And as we had a discussion yesterday about IAASB treating the ethical issues on these kind of services, the level of independence and the ethical requirements need to be, I would say, better safeguarded or ensured. So this has to be with a clear link between this standard and also that part in the code of ethics of IAASB. So a better alignment starting from IASSA 5000 and the relevant part in the code of IAASB. Another issue is related with quality management. As we know, all firms are making a lot of efforts and improvements for implementing the new standards on quality management, but these are for audit firms and accountancy firms and not for non-practitioner firms. So that means that it would be a kind of mechanism to ensure that this level of quality is also with this kind of services provided by other than auditors. Thank you.
Thank you, Hyson. Hilda, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you, Jim. I think we would agree with all the comments made so far. It is important that those fundamental principles or premises are there and are followed. In Europe, we have this approach of level playing field, no matter who the provider of the sustainability assurance is. And now I will immediately contradict myself. If then you look at, what does that mean for other providers outside of the profession, you hear that this might be very difficult for them to achieve. So you have this stipulation, at least as demanding as. The question is then, what will this mean in practice? And I think, Jim, you made a very fair comment around this. And I think we had a good discussion on that yesterday in the IAASB CAG. And to close this off, in Europe, there will be a mandatory sustainability assurance standard. We would love to have this ISSA 5000 as the baseline for this. Those type of requirements for non-practitioners also might not help the consideration to adopt, because there will be some pressure as far as this is too demanding for them. But they still have the level playing field. So quite how this can be worked out in practice, what does that mean? I don't think we're fully there. Thank you.
No, I would highlight that there was this discussion at the IAASB CAG meeting, and Josephine, just for your information, and it was a pretty significant discussion. So, Mike, Fritz, welcome.
Thanks, Jim. I would echo everything people have said as well. Like Barb, earlier, I'm concerned as a state regulator in terms of what things could or couldn't be done. I think we're going to have a lot of discussion here in the United States in terms of if people are not, professional accountants, as to how they're using this, and just protecting the public interest and thinking that, somebody is following a U.S. standard when in fact they may be following IAASB standards and that. So I think there's a lot of work we're going to have to do here in the States to get our hands around this if it moves forward.
Thank you, Mike. Greg, welcome.
Good morning. Thanks, Jim. Just a quick audio check. Is that okay?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Thanks, Josephine. I don't really know how to answer this question, and I just wanted to be honest. It really, to say anything other than these components are significant or important to the assurance standard would undermine their importance to all other work that is being issued and that has been subject to input by us and by others. So, I think the answer has to be, of course, they're relevant and important to this assurance standard, but I certainly understand the issue. And I think this is new territory where we're envisioning providing an assurance framework to non-practitioners, and do we therefore depart from the overarching quality control obligation that is applicable to all practitioners that are applying the assurance framework? So it's a really hard question. So I guess I'm just acknowledging that. But if I was cornered, I would say, well, the answer is, of course, they're relevant, and move on.
Thank you, Greg. Natasha, welcome.
Hey, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I guess I'm going to put a slightly different perspective and ask a question, if I may. The perspective is that, I think encouraging greater competition in the assurance space can be a very good thing for assurance quality. And I think we're all aware of the concerns in a more oligopolistic market around audit quality and the international audit regulator reviews, etc. So competition, I think, broadly speaking, is a good thing where you've got full transparency, etc., and some minimum standards. So that, I think, is a slightly different perspective here. One question, though, I have is, to what extent have these other non-practitioners complained that they would be unable to meet the basic ethical and quality management system requirements? I don't know to what extent. I know roundtables are coming up, but to what extent has that feedback been heard? Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. Let me look, Josephine, if I have any more hands up here. And I do not believe I do. So I'm going to turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll start with answering Natasha's question. Thank you. And yes, I agree. Encouraging more competition it's definitely a good thing. But personally, I've not heard complaints. In fact, from my desk at the FRC, if anything, I've had a couple of conversations with non-accounting firms who perform this work, and just sort of asking a few questions about ISQM1. What does it mean, and where can they go to for guidance, etc., etc. So but to your point, we're just starting on this journey of these roundtables. So what will be good is that we are going out and about, and we will be engaging with non-accounting firm practitioners, and so they'll be able to help us really pin down what the issue is. But as I said before, in that IFAC state of play, we have 70% of those assurance engagements being performed under 3,000, of which non-accounting firms are performing, and they're signing up to the fact that they've complied with QC1 and IAASB code. And so one would have thought therefore that they probably are, particularly some of the larger organizations, able to actually do that and have that as part of their foundational principles. But yet I really don't know. It would be really good to hear from those as we go out and about. Jim, but generally, great feedback here, but I think I would say it's sort of overwhelmingly the case that these fundamental premises are really important to people. But we also have some good ideas here of how we might be able to deal with some of that issue around the at least as demanding. And so we're going to take some of the, Tara made a point, Barb made a point as well. So we'll take some of that away and think about, how can we make this more practical in those circumstances where it's not quite so straightforward. Thank you. Okay, so if you're happy for me to move on, Jim, sorry, I can't see the room.
I believe so. I did want to comment to Natasha, since in our environment, we do have non-practitioners that have to follow our QM, and they're not accountants, or they're not part of the profession. And what we've found is they will have initial inquiries to understand what's required by a QM/QC system. And they've been able to map or to get there. Their organization has been able to do it pretty consistently. To my knowledge, at least in the US environment, we haven't had any that said, well, those requirements are too difficult. We can't do it. So I would say, based on what I've seen, and that most non-IPs are able to follow that system. Now, of course, it is a little bit different than maybe the way they've operated in the past. And so there are some changes that they have to make to get there. But for our standard, they have been able to do it. Let's see, Josephine, I'm going to turn it back to you.
Lovely, thank you. Okay, so Michelle, thank you. If you wouldn't mind just forwarding on the slide to question C, thank you. So I did say we would come across this topic and you had to hold your thoughts. So as with financial reporting, of course, materiality is crucial. It's a crucial concept in sustainability reporting as well. So an entity need not provide a specific disclosure required by the framework if that information resulting from the disclosure is not material. But of course, importantly, material is judged in the context of information that could be reasonably be expected to influence decisions of users. Now, some reporting frameworks may require the application of the concept of double materiality, as we've already discussed this morning, such as ESRSs. And when that is the case, the entity does need to consider both the impact of those matters on the entity or the impact of the entity on sustainability matters. I think everyone in this virtual and physical room is very much aware of this now. So the practitioner must therefore also consider the entity's materiality process or materiality assessment as part of their work. And this occurs at various stages in the engagement. So when you're popping through the exposure draft, these are the particular areas where you will see this. So for example, we talked earlier when evaluating whether the criteria that the entity intends to apply in the preparation of the sustainability information is suitable for the engagement circumstances, when of course obtaining an understanding of the entity's system of internal control, and that's relevant to the preparation of the sustainability information, including internal control relevant to the identification of the sustainability information to be reported, and therefore of course the application of materiality from management's perspective. And then, of course, they're performing further procedures to obtain evidence about whether the applicable criteria have been appropriately applied to identify the sustainability information to be reported. So at all stages, this is where materiality is cropping up and where the practitioner is thinking about the materiality process or the materiality assessment. But back to the standard, we also have guidance in the standard that explains the concept of a materiality assessment, including to explain that the practitioner's materiality that is actually focused on the potential and identified misstatements in relation to management assessment is different. And for those who want a specific point in the application material, that's A157, for example. So there's a couple of points here then. So there's 2 points. One, do you think, therefore, that we have appropriately explained and addressed the practitioner's consideration of the materiality process or the materiality assessment? And in addition, do you also feel that we've appropriately addressed the concept of double materiality in the guidance to the standard? So Jim, back to our participants for feedback, please.
Thank you, Josephine. Let me look around. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jim. Hey, Josephine, quick question from my side regarding the concept of double materiality. I think it is addressed in the current ED. However, we do see that there's a lot of discussion around how to implement this, how to apply double materiality. Because we do see different views. Taking care of this topic on a global basis, I know that some jurisdictions, countries have a very strategic perspective on double materiality determination, whilst some other countries focus on the reporting part. So that's more a compliance exercise. My question in your direction is, do you believe that we are stable enough to come up with a set of standards regarding the reporting requirements and to determine materiality from an angle of an assurance provider? Because talking about materiality under a reporting perspective is different compared to the materiality as an assurance provider. So that said, that's where I think we will end up in a situation where we need to amend the current ED based on what interpretation the standard setters will come up with as a final interpretation. And I'm really curious to make sure that we're flexible with respect to the ED, to the different jurisdictions and how they interpret the materiality. Thanks.
Thank you, Christian. Natasha.
Thank you. Again, this may not be precisely answering your question, but I feel it's a good opportunity to draw attention to concerns that I know I and other investors have had in the past with regards to the concept of financial materiality in the first place. I think you stated it quite correctly, Josephine, when you talked about it being what matters or is important to investors' decision making. Generally speaking, that is presumed to mean that it, whatever the factor is, will lead to an impact on revenue or earnings above a certain threshold. But of course, it's not just that will matter to investor decision making. And taking a more forward-looking view, and I'm still sticking to financial here rather than getting into double, taking a more forward-looking view of things like climate risk, which could have very severe financial consequences, even though it may fall below the revenue or earnings threshold today, I think would be very beneficial. So whether this is the right moment when you're looking at materiality and setting it out, it might be an opportunity to clarify that financial materiality doesn't need to be just a percentage of revenue or earnings today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and that's a very good point. Thank you, Natasha. Yeah.
Thank you, Josephine. Natasha? Oops.
Done.
Sorry, Natasha.
Thank you.
Josephine.
Thank you, everyone. Christian, yes, I know that. So I think actually what I'm hearing is potentially we need to actually maybe draw back a bit and actually come back to our principles, make sure that we're very clear and we're not mixing up the two concepts. We did try, because the call was, of course, to please explain the difference between, from a suitable criteria perspective, materiality and materiality assessment, and then what we mean when we're talking about practitioners' assessment of materiality. So we'll have to take another look at that and make sure that we've not suddenly gone down one path and A, confused everybody, but also not left it flexible enough. And I think that's, that's a fair challenge. And it's good to hear, actually, because normally we hear the opposite, which is we need more guidance. So that's really helpful. Thank you. Any other comments on the materiality points, Jim, before?
Yes, we do. Sandra Peters has a comment. Sandra? Oh, your mic, please.
Mine's more really a question. Because I heard what Christian said, and it started me down a path of like all these questions, right? And I'm not sure this is going to come out the way I want it to, because it's sort of off the top of my head. But how is the user of the financial statements for the public? And I'm not necessarily asking this question in the context of PIOB, but more just educating me, particularly since I don't know all of the ESER requirements off the top of my head. How is a user of this information going to know what materiality assessment is applied? Which it started with your question about the financial reporting materiality, or for compliance versus from a more strategic perspective, right? So the question, and also your comment that, well, materiality for those standards or for a user might be different than the materiality of the assurance provider, right? I mean, in the context of financial reporting materiality, I know from an investor perspective, we presume the auditor is using a materiality position that's consistent with an investor interpretation, right? And on the IAASB, it's supposed to be the standards is supposed to be the same. It's not the case for the ESERs. I get it. But how are the users, investors, public more broadly, going to know what materiality was applied by this particular user or by this particular assurance provider, be it a PA or not PA? Will that be articulated in the report? I haven't gone through this in great detail. So how am I going to know? Right? That's my sort of question. And I don't know that that's something that I don't think is actually covered in financial materiality literature. And in different jurisdictions, there's a discussion of materiality, and others there's not, right? But I think this just really raises, for the users of the information, where's this, which one are we following? Which one are you obligated to follow? And how do I know that, right? Particularly when, even the ESERs have financial effects disclosures, right? And they're not necessarily exactly the same as what are on the IAASB standards. So because that financial effects, though it would be in theory assessed under double materiality there, it is about the financial effects. And so how does that translate to the financial reporting? Because as an investor organization, we're trying to assess, how do we get this? How do we connect this information to Natasha's point of value, not just financial materiality, but even to that, but even a broader sense of value relevance, right? So anyway, there's a lot there. I guess the fundamental question is, how is the user of this standard and the user of the information gonna know what the assurance provider did here? Which one would they follow? I guess maybe that's a question for Josephine, or maybe it's not necessarily a question for today. It's really sort of a
bit of both.
It's really sort of. I'm sorry, what did you say?
It's probably a bit of both, Sandra. It's probably a question for today and a question for the future.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not necessarily looking for an answer, but sort of putting it out there in the context of, this is sort of something not necessarily in my PIOB role, but I mean, I was a member of the CAG, so I'm kind of injecting that in there right now, because it's so fundamental to like how I think about this, that it's really sort of, how am I going to figure this? How am I going to figure this out as a reader of the information? And that's actually a question for the ESERS, not necessarily just the assurance standard, right? Yeah. Anyway.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandra.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things there, and you raise an incredibly important point, and it does spin around our heads from time to time. There are some organisations that actually do disclose their materiality process, their materiality assessment, what they did. Reached out to a consulting firm, for example, help them organise and understand who their key stakeholders were. And from that, they gathered information and so forth. And if you Google materiality assessment, which is where we actually was very helpful because we were able to use some examples in our standard, you'll get some quite interesting stories from some organisation, how they put that thought process together. From an assurance practitioner and from an ISA perspective, they're not required to disclose materiality. In fact, in the UK, they do, but that's it didn't quite make it to the international standards. However, you're not prohibited from doing so. For example, you could I'm talking about auditing standards now. You could, in your key audit matters, for example, disclose what materiality you applied, performance materiality you applied. So, but it's not required. It's never been required. There wasn't any appetite for that when we actually went through our auditor reporting project. And Dan's on the line. I don't think there was even any appetite for that when we went through our post-implementation review as well. And I think I may be making this up in my head, but I think we even actually asked a specific question about it. So it's an interesting point. I think, from a reporting perspective, it's a matter of, our conversations with our reporting standard setters and, what could they do in that regard? And let's see what we hear from our stakeholders in response to the consultation, whether there is a real call for that or a real need for that information to be disclosed. But yes, it's an interesting one.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't mean to put you necessarily
on the spot. Not at all.
It's just, it's really something we're trying to sort through. And I think yesterday at the IAASB CAG, I made the point that the sustainability reporting is going to put a lot of pressure on the transparency around financial reporting standards and financial reporting, because it is that contrast that I believe, particularly in my day job as working for investors, that that they're going to ask a lot of questions around, right? Because they're going to try and sort this out intellectually for themselves, because they're trying to decide, does this matter to the value of the organization from a financial reporting and ultimately a strategic perspective? That may be a longer term view. Yes. So.
No, agreed. And materiality is one of those areas where it's not going to answer your specific question, but one of those areas where we know that we definitely want to prepare an FAQ, and we're working on it in the background just to help tease out some of these more confusing aspects. Like, for example, the materiality assessment has all sorts of different aspects to it, including, first of all, just determining what is going into the report in the first place. And that's not, you don't know what's not in the report. So, you know, it's quite a tricky thing to work through. It's quite complex, but no, that's really, it's helpful. It's a very important discussion.
Thank you.
Jim,
Hilda. Sorry.
Hilda, go ahead.
We have an additional card up. Hilda's.
Yes, thank you. Maybe going back a little bit more to the question that Josephine had. It's a fascinating discussion, and I think the last word of it is far from being said. And what we find when we are discussing, especially with users and NGOs and also regulators and enforcers, actually, is they struggle in the sustainability reporting area to see the difference between, you know, the materiality assessment within the entity done by the preparer, and that is crucial. It's potentially much more important, whether it's double or single materiality. It's much more crucial than in the financial reporting area, because everything starts or falls with that. If that doesn't go well, I think everything else that follows for your reporting will suffer. And then that's what it is. And the double materiality, that's where that is, at least in Europe or in GRI standards. And then you have the materiality to be used by the assurance provider. And that's okay, there are very clear links, but it's not the same. And there is this expectation that there needs to be, by some stakeholders, a very detailed approach of what is it that you need to do to audit or to give assurance on a double materiality assessment done by a preparer. But that's not really the point. The double materiality is within the sustainability reporting and done by the preparer. Here, for the ISSA 5000, it is for the assurance provider, and there are a few references for double materiality. There is then the process which describes how you have to do this. It's not easy. It's, you know, there are those references to qualitative, quantitative, so there are quite a number of discussions that get into this. But, you know, we constantly have this confusion between, you know, the reporting and the assurance materiality that come back, and that seem to need to be clarified even further, that these are not necessarily the same. One is crucial to be able to do the other, but they are not the same. And I think there is still quite some confusion, especially for people who are less close to, you know, the performance of an insurance engagement, that we will need to take a look at.
Do you think those decisions are closer in a reasonable assurance engagement than in a limited assurance engagement? Because for a reasonable assurance,
it basically doesn't make a difference.
Natasha?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to exhibit Hilda's point about confusion around reporting and then assurance materiality, and add to that a question, actually, probably back to Josephine again, as to whether there is some core accounting principles here in that determination, and specifically the principle of prudence. Because if I understand Hilda's point, with regards to reporting materiality, you're talking about whether it's financial or non-financial, management's view of what would be material. And then my question is, do they take a prudent perspective when making that determination? Because if you're saying, again, using the obvious example, or you could use biodiversity if you like, or climate, you know, the range of possible outcomes is so wide that if you take a middle road, then you may say, okay, not so bad. But if you take one of the more kind of pessimistic or less optimistic pathways, you might think, oh my goodness, that's really, really very bad. So is there a principle here of prudence, or the precautionary approach, I would say, in making that determination of materiality? And then what is the difference then from the assurance perspective? Because if an assurer comes in and actually disagrees with management's view of materiality, rather than, anyway, let me leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha.
So I think that, yeah, sorry. So I think that clearly my little mention of the FAQ earlier is becoming more and more important to us, because I think what that will clarify is that first of all, it will clarify this point that Hilda mentions, the complexity between they are not the same materiality. They're connected, but they're not the same materiality. The one the assurance practitioner uses, the one that management uses. But the practitioner does look at what management is doing, when they're evaluating whether the criteria the entity intends to apply in preparing the sustainability information is suitable. That's all part of that process. And they're looking at management's process, and they're making sure that in the context of the nature and circumstances, that seems right. So there is a lot of work on that materiality assessment. We just don't call it a materiality assessment or work on the materiality assessment, because it's built into various stages of the assurance engagement. And I think kind of mapping that out in an FAQ will actually be really helpful for people to sort of stand back and say, now that doesn't address Sandra's issue, which is there's probably a lack of transparency around what people are doing and using, etc. That's a different question, and probably one more so for our reporting standard setters. And certainly our consultation is out if people want to comment on materiality from the assurance practitioner's perspective, but it's definitely a thumbs up, I think, for our FAQ there, Jim.
Yes, I think there's some confusion there. All right, Josephine, it's 10:13. You want to continue on?
Lovely. We're actually doing well in time-wise. So from the perspective of the next question, please, Michelle. So we're on the D, which is the fourth and last question. So the reporting requirements in 5000 are based on the requirements, of course, of 3000, 3410 and the EER guidance. However, in thinking about the format and the required elements of the assurance report, the IAASB actually considered very recent feedback from our post-implementation review of the Auditor Reporting Standards project. And that feedback indicated demand, of course, from stakeholders that the assurance standards really needed to step up to the new and improved 700 reporting requirements. Those who've been following me on the journey will have heard me explain this before. And the thought here was that this will definitely provide consistency across all assurance and audit reports, which of course encourages and enhances comparability, sorry, new word, and provides, of course, our global baseline. So the board agreed, therefore, that it was important in order to order the reporting elements in the same manner. The approach, of course, to modifications is naturally also aligned with the relevant standards, 705, and then, of course, other matters, which is 706 and emphasis of matter. Now, the IAASB did discuss pros and cons of including communication of the equivalent key audit matters in ED 5000. And Natasha, you will remember this because we specifically talked about this at one CAG meeting. But at the time, of course, evidence from the post-implementation review showed absolutely no appetite for an extension of the 701 concept, the CAM, to assurance standards. We will, however, consider addressing this in the future suite of standards as practice evolves. And we may even see some voluntary reporting, but for now, we think we've probably landed in the right place for a global baseline. That said, there was enough enthusiasm from our CAG members and some of our board members who thought that we should still ask a specific question on key audit matters. And so we've done so, and that's for those who are looking, question 22 in the explanatory memorandum. There is one important change to the status quo, though, that I do want to highlight. Now, in terms of limited assurance engagement, there's sometimes that niggle that it may not always be clear enough in the report that the procedures performed in such an engagement are less in extent than for a reasonable assurance engagement. And therefore, the level of assurance obtained is, of course, lower than in a reasonable assurance engagement. Now, there is a statement in a limited assurance report to that effect, but some board members felt that this was really too hidden away near the end of the illustrative limited assurance report. So to give this statement additional prominence and make it absolutely clear, the board decided that these statements should be located in what's called the basis of conclusions section in a limited assurance report. So that's the one that follows the opinion. So first you have the opinion, number one, and then number two, you have that basis for conclusions section. So we did not feel that should actually go in the conclusion, as naturally it sort of completely undermines the conclusion that practitioner has just said. So you give a conclusion and say, but it's less assurance. So that's not very helpful. But the basis of the conclusion is, how did we get there? What does this mean? And so we thought that would be a much better position for it. So essentially, the board felt this is a lot more prominent in that particular section, and that should hopefully deal with some of those niggles that it's not always clear that limited assurance is less in extent than for a reasonable assurance engagement. So I think that's actually quite good in terms of a little bit of background. Again, I know CAG have been with me on this journey. So Jim, back to the key question here, which is, will the requirements in ED 5000 drive assurance reports that meet information needs of intended users? And do you have any other specific suggestions for improving transparency in the assurance report? Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. Christian?
Yes, thank you, Jim. Thanks, Josephine. Just two things on the latter of your question. I think what we need to manage is expectations. Going forward, what we will see is that many companies subject to those new requirements will not be able to fulfill these requirements. That said, what is the expectation? Do we have clean conclusions, opinions, or do we have modified opinions, conclusions, adverse opinions, conclusions? So that said, I think we all need to get used to this relatively new reporting on the different frameworks. I know it's nothing new if we look at ISO 3000 and sustainability engagements, which we assure, but overall it's a learning curve. That said, Josephine, personally, I think we have some concerns around CAM reporting because there's no experience with this kind of reporting yet. And then going into CAM reporting is something, I would expect that after a certain amount of learning curve, you can then also consider CAM reporting, because that's an on-top exercise. Especially if we look at CAM reporting from the financial perspective, and what we've learned there is to figure out via the funnel of ISA 401, I think it is, where you end up on specific topics. So you really focus on the key aspects of the assurance engagement. Right now, we're trying to get our arms around these different parts of the sustainability reporting, whether it's under double materiality or just the financial materiality. So I think this kind of reporting should be postponed, at least until we have some more experience around the reporting itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Natasha?
Thank you. And so I realize I'm contributing a lot just now, but I do think this is a really, really important issue for investors. And I would differ to that view in that I think CAM reporting is really critical, particularly at a time when there's potentially some confusion and a lack of clarity around the conclusions that may be drawn. The CAM reporting would just provide that granularity to investors and others, the public interest, as to what those key issues were for the assurer, and sharing that with investors so that we're in a position to better interpret the report. I think it'd be a really great opportunity to offer that transparency and again move along that discussion more broadly with regards to financial statements. We've had this obviously in UK and Europe for some time now, and I think it's been incredibly welcome. So Josephine, I'm very interested when you say there was no appetite for which state were investors saying we don't want to see this, or was that coming from different stakeholder groups? Thank you.
Any other comments on this particular topic? Hilda?
You know, when you think about it, the assurance report, it's key. That's the only thing that users will see, and we all agree on that. And so, yes, there has to be value and transparency in that report. I'm not sure the answer is CAMS. I think we are in a stage before that. You know, when we look at this, you know, we have a set of 12 ESRS standards coming in next year in Europe. They are extremely demanding as far as the sustainability reporting is going. They have, I think, about 1,000 disclosure requirements. That is massive. So next year, we have first the largest companies, and then in 2025, we have about 40,000 or more others coming in, smaller companies. If you look at the second batch, there is a huge likelihood that a lot of them will just not be able to put all that information together because they might not have the data points in place, they might not have approached it correctly, they might not have the controls, the processes, whatever. So there might be huge sways of sustainability reporting that is either not there or that is not correctly reported. What this means then for the assurance provider and the assurance report is, I don't think something like CAM, it is to try to find a way to convey that the sustainability reporting is not up to the minimum requirements that we have in the standards. And that's not via CAMS you do that. That is via trying to, either it's a qualified opinion and then you give details as to what it is or why it is that you qualify, or it might even be a disclaimer because there is so much that is not there. That is what we see is the most important thing in the first coming few years that we will have. And, you know, CAMS, it's of a different order. It's something else. So we think also that's more related to audit and reasonable assurance rather than it is related to limited assurance. And I think we all will start with limited assurance. So that's why we're not into the CAM scenario yet. Very interesting to see how that will finally be dealt with in the standard, but I thought it important to add that.
Thank you, Hilda. Okay, anyone I haven't heard from, Bello?
Thank you, James. I congratulate the task force for this important project. Actually, we are in total agreement with all the provisions in the revised ED. But for this particular section, our recommendation is to allow more flexibility to recognize the jurisdictional practices. So I think maybe minimum requirements should be stated, but to allow, because many jurisdictions are developing their own specific requirements with regard to this. So it's just to allow more flexibility in order to recognize the other jurisdiction practices. So what we are recommending is more of general minimum requirements, and then to allow the regulators to be able to add on to that. That's all my comment.
Thank you, Bello. I just want to be sure that I get a diversity of views. So if I haven't heard from you yet on this presentation from Josephine, I'm going to call on Paul, but if I haven't heard from you, I want to think about if you have any comments you want to share. Okay, Paul?
Yeah, you know, financial reporting has been decades in the finessing, and CAM is relatively recent stuff. So I really can't imagine us starting out with CAM. As has been said, you know, sustainability reporting for thousands of companies is going to be, they're starting pretty much from scratch, from ground zero. A lot of them are going to be first-time reporters. So, yeah, you just try to imagine what the assurance reports are going to look like, what we would legitimately expect these reports to look like, the number of modifications, scope limitations, whatever. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting few years.
And just Henry?
Thanks, Jim. And thank you very much, Josephine, for the a great discussion this morning. I've been sitting here listening to it carefully, wearing my broader IFRS Foundation hat, really, and I certainly plan to share the feedback that I've heard with colleagues who will be attending some of the IAASB sort of future roundtables over the next few weeks and events. Obviously, the IAASB and the Foundation, IFRS Foundation, very much welcome the consultation and the pace and the momentum that you've already established. So it isn't really feedback per se, but I did just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the liaison that's going on and the collaboration between the IAASB and the the IAASB and the Foundation. It's already well established. It's important to the IAASB and to the trustees of the Foundation as well. And I know it's going to be continuing at various levels. And of course, you know, the first two global IAASB standards are now issued. They're out there, becoming effective in 2024. So, you know, the IAASB's work is going to play a really critical role in providing that confidence to the markets about the information that comes out using those standards. So, you know, whenever we get the opportunity in our organization, we're making sure we're encouraging our stakeholders to contribute to this very important consultation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Henry. And Josephine, I just, one general comment on the double materiality, what you referred to as, I think, impact materiality. I think you used the term, the applicable criteria on environmental, society, economy, or culture. That's a pretty broad criteria. And let's say you had a product that had a battery in it, and you had to make that assessment for environmental, society, economy, and culture. I don't know, do we have enough expertise to assess what the impact would be? I think that's going to be, it comes back to the transparency in terms of what the auditor or the assurance provider practitioner, I'm sorry, is doing. And just thinking about that aspect of it, we haven't really focused on that. We've talked a lot about the financial one where we're more comfortable, I think, because we have more experience with the traditional financial assurance. So I just think that there's a great risk that the public may believe that more assurance is being provided than reasonably could be provided on some of those, what you call environmental impacts. Or so before I see we have a comment from Tom.
And one thing I think it's alluded to, and it's a sort of a caution I've given to many people as we do this, is that we won't get the complete package, the ultimate package of sustainability standards on day one. And so there, in our mind, one of the questions we are is what can we most usefully prioritize for the users out there of these standards, the ultimate beneficiaries, by the end of 2024 in a way that will be meaningful. So as we debated at this board whether CAMs were appropriate or not, some of the cautions that were given were the same issues that we confronted, and also prioritizing the list of other issues meant that it did rise to the top. And now the key element, I think, from my perspective is that CAMs don't apply to limited assurance these days, and the great majority of engagements in the near term are going to be limited assurance engagements. And so this is sort of I call this board's process a constrained optimization exercise, is what can we get done that is really meaningful to provide the highest quality result by the end of 2024. And then this is shortly why we've asked the question about what would come next as well, and what we should be have in our pipeline down the road. So I just wanted to give a sense, not commenting on whether we agree or disagree with comments, but the context for which we as a board strategically engaged with this project And the fact that we're not doing something at a particular moment does not necessarily mean that we don't think it is valuable or useful down the road.
Thanks, Tom. Josephine?
Yes, and I'll add to that as well. We did say that we can do some subtle bridging along the way that can support in the meantime before we actually, as we continue on this journey. And so, as I say, I can't sell enough the materiality FAQ, as it were, but there will be other things as well we might be able to just help deal with some of those more thorny issues that, we don't want to open up an entire standard and spend another few years trying to get to it, but at least, gives people some guidance along the way as well. So if there are things like that, recognizing with Tom's message in your mind there, but what could you just help us with just to get us by, until we get to more detailed principles and specific guidance in that particular space, whatever that might be. Okay, Jim, that was it for me. Those are my my 4 key questions, and that has been absolutely, really, really so helpful. Really appreciate your time. I know not everyone's had a chance to really deep dive, but even so, it really felt like you had a very good grasp of what was in the standard and what we needed to think about. So really appreciate that. Unless there's anything else on this topic and sustainability generally, Jim, then that's my session closed for today.
We're not going to quite let you get away because there are a couple more tents that have come up. So
okay,
if you wouldn't mind, we'll entertain those. Christian, you have yours up.
Yes, thank you, Jim. Josephine, just mirroring Tom's and Sandra's comments, I think one thing you should have a look at is what is the expectation regarding the reporting? And I think, Sandra, your point is valid to say, is there transparency around the determination of what is material to the assurance provider? So I think that is something you might want to have a look at. I have no answer to this right now, but I think it's a valid point, because if that is the expectation, FAQs will really help us to apply the standard. But that does mean that those who read the conclusion or opinion at the end of the day take note of the FAQs as well. So we have to make sure that we don't create an expectation gap. Tom, I hope that addresses also your point. Thank you very much.
Sandra?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment in my real role for why I'm here. I would agree with Tom that this is a constrained optimization and that there's there's a journey ahead, right? And that nothing's going to be perfect at the beginning. And I think that the questions articulated here raise some really good questions and issues, and that I think that that's a useful exercise. I think that in discussing this, I know from a user investor perspective, I can't speak to all stakeholders per se is in detail, is that some of these things need to be in language that is more layman, right? An example of what a limited assurance report looks like versus a reasonable assurance report. Most investors don't know what ISQM is, for example. They don't necessarily know that. So talking about that in the language that they're smart people, they just don't know the parlance of audit. That would be helpful for them to understand, because I think that it's a journey for the users as well of the information, and so I think that their understanding of that, the questions really just one about communication, and if that isn't necessarily available in the audit report per se, but in FAQs or the like, because certainly management of companies is going to have conversation with investors about these disclosures, right? That necessarily the auditors aren't necessarily a part of, right? And these are the sorts of questions that are going to come up, so they have a better understanding of them. So that's the only thing that I sort of, I'm personally trying to wrap my head around. But I think, this is a big task in a short period of time, and it certainly is a constrained optimization. And perfection can't be the enemy of done, or at least, started, right? So I think that that many of the issues are going to take time to sort of weed through and have conversations with, and expectations, and a growing knowledge and understanding of what is happening and what's being provided and what the users of it see. So just some thoughts.
Thank you, Sandra. And I'm actually going to go around the room just to see if anyone else has any thoughts, since this is such an important topic, such an area of focus of the IAASB. George, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Jim. I just want to raise a question around a point that came up yesterday, and that's with respect to the extent to which the report will cover the use of external experts. In yesterday's discussions, we had concerns around a level playing field, and in particular whether the ethics codes apply equally to professional accountants and other experts. And so moving on from that, there's also concern of the transparency in the report, to the extent that the professional accountant would have used an external expert. What kind of reporting is going to be in the assurance report that it provides some transparency around these potentially sort of two different standards being applied with regard to the work done in providing the ultimate assurance report?
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else online, virtual, with any other final thoughts for Josephine? Okay, Josephine, I think we have concluded our thoughts. I'll once again turn it back to you if you have any final thoughts.
I think George was, I don't know if George, you were just, if it was a rhetorical question or an actual question, but in our assurance standards, of course, we have the concept of sole responsibility. So, irrespective of whether a practitioner is reaching out to a practitioner's expert to support them in gathering evidence and concluding, it is their responsibility that they understand the work that is being done, they direct that expert, and therefore they are taking responsibility for that work. And so we don't require transparency where experts have been used in the work. You do sometimes see in audits and CAMs where occasionally there's been a particular tricky area and there is a reference to, members of the engagement team and having particular specialists, but that's really the only time we see it. And we're very, very, I'm trying to use my words carefully. We try to make it absolutely clear that in all cases that you have sole responsibility, you have overall responsibility, and nothing in the assurance report should ever give the impression that you in some way have passed that responsibility onto somebody else, including experts. So that's where we are, George, but I'm assuming that will help answer your question.
Well, Josephine, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate the update, and it'll be very interesting to see what you hear in the various meetings they're coming up, and the progress that you make. So, but you have done an awful lot to get to where you are now, so I want to recognize that right now. All right, we do have a couple things we have to do. One is my very favorite. I think I will miss this more than anything, and that is the approval of the minutes. So I was remiss, and that was our first agenda item, but I was so excited to get to sustainability, I did not ask for approval. Do we have approval for the minutes? And this is for the June meeting, CAG meeting. Someone, anyone? Christian, are you nodding yes? I will accept that. Okay. And we have approval for our minutes. And now the important discussion of break. With respect to the break, what we're going to do, we're a little bit ahead of time, which is good. And we will reconvene at 11:15 rather than at 11:30. So 11:15 rather than 11:30 for our LC topic. Thank you, everyone. Check 1, 2. Check, check. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, test, test. Test mic. Check 1, 2. Yeah, so. Press All right, I'd like to welcome everyone back. We'll start in about 1 minute. Kai, are you ready for us?
I'm ready.
Okay, 1 second and we'll. All right, I think we'll get started. And we're very fortunate to have Kai Morton here, who's going to talk about LCEs. It's a report back and discussion of some of the significant issues. Kai, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jim. I'm happy to be here presenting for the CAG again, as we are closing the home stretch of this project, at least for the vote of the approval of the standard. As I said, I'll talk a little bit about what we've done to the standard since we had a CAG meeting in March, and then generally what we've done to the standard in preparation for finalizing the standard and approval, and then also a little bit of what are the plans after that. So if we go to the next slide, this is a timeline showing the journey of the LCE standard. Looking into the papers preparing for this meeting, I also did look at how many times have we actually been to the CAG discussing this project. Then including the times this has been discussed in the information gathering phase, this is the 12th time we discuss this issue, the ISA for LCE, or related with the CAG. So it's always been a pleasure to be here and having the good comments from the CAG. So hopefully this will continue also for this meeting. So you saw the information gathering we started in March. We approved the project proposal in December 2020 and then published the ED in June 2021 after that. So it was relatively quick. And then that closed in January 2022. And then now we're planning for voting of the approval of the final standard next week. And in the meantime, we had the ED on groups, as was the topic we discussed the last time. We discussed in March, just prior to the close of the ED process. So if we go to the next slide, what have we done since the last time we spoke? Between then and now, the task force has looked into a number of areas in the standard and have done some revisions in the standard and also in some of the additional material. All of that is based on comments from the board, responses to the ED, information we heard from the CAG and other outreach. In addition, we've also discussed effective date, maintenance of the standard, and the topic of adoption and implementation of the standard once approved. The last bullet here, the effective date, maintenance, and adoption implementation is something that we will also continue or have a discussion with the board next week. So in our June IAASB meeting, we looked at the preface and authority and also revisions to parts 1 to 9. So we had a full walkthrough of the standard without looking at the group part 10, which we then had a meeting on in July, where we discussed the comments received on ED and had an updated draft on the standard itself. So if we go to the next slide, I'll show a little bit of what we heard on the group audit exposure. As I said, the comment period closed in April. We received 60 comment letters, which was a lot less than what we heard and what we received on the main standard itself. But I think still it was a good number. And also comments we heard from this group and others in other outreach in addition. So when we analyzed the comments, we grouped them into 3 different areas. One is the prohibition relating to use of component auditors. The other one was around the group-specific qualitative characteristics. And then also the last was the standard itself, the content of Part 10, and conforming amendments around that. I think we can say that we received the most feedback on the first bullet, the prohibition relating to component auditors. I'll show a little bit more about what we heard there when we talk about the authority, but that was the hot topic, so to say, and comments varied all around. If we move on to the next slide, you can then see the 60 comment letters we received had a good geographical spread. We reached throughout the whole world, and also had reached different stakeholder types. So we had a good feedback on the ED itself, coming from all different stakeholders and also all different regions. So good and representative feedback on that. So if we move to the next slide, what we've done around the main standard itself, or in the standard finalizing, or for finalizing the standard for approval, we've, as one of the main topics in the ED, on the comments on the ED, was around proportionality and not making sure that it's too much or too little. That's what we've been focusing on, making sure that we have the proportionate requirements that are right level, not going too far in the details, but not just painting a wide picture at the top. So in finding that right balance is what we as a task force worked on, and also with the board number of times. So we've done some targeted revisions throughout the standard to ensure consistency and make sure that we're consistent throughout. We've also then made sure that the requirements that are there are relevant and proportionate to a typical LCE, as we now have more clarity and more common understanding of what we mean and what we all mean with an LCE in this standard and in this context. And also in some areas there has been some EEM added based on calls we've heard for EEM on the ED itself. So making sure that the standard is neat. We've also done CUSP reviews, we've done cold reads, and making sure that now the standard that's been presented, that is presented to you and will be up for approval next week, makes up to the standard it needs to be. So we've done a lot of ticking and tying to make sure that things are right in there. So if we then move into the standard itself and the related topics, that what we've done more specifically, if you then flip to the next slide, Michelle. We've done some proposed revisions to the preface. Some of that was maybe based on also what you remember from a previous meeting. We discussed how this standard deals or did not deal with ISA 800 series engagements. We have in the preface added saying that the standard can be necessarily adapted to the circumstances for some of these types of engagements, but also with the same caveat, only if it is an LCE according to the standard. We did have some discussions around ISAs as a source of guidance. We had a specific mention in the preface earlier that some of the board members reacted to, and we took out. So we now have making sure that the standard is standalone and does not have any, let's say, links. So you need to tie back to the ISAs to do the standard itself. In the authority, we've done some further alignment with the IAASB code, making sure that we are aligned with what they have in the code for this purpose. Then we've, I think also last time we discussed, we had some questions around service organization, when you can use the standard, when you cannot. We've tried to clarify that both in the authority, but then also in the standard itself to make sure that it's clear the situation when you can or cannot use the standard or when it's based on. Then we've done also looked into the authority and the group financial statements characteristics in there. Done some further revisions on the provision on component auditors, as it was not clear from some of the feedback on the ED. It may not have been clear when you were a component auditor and not. And then also done some further revisions on the qualitative characteristics and group financial statements. Sorry. So if you go to the next slide, that shows the mixed bag of comments we received on the authority around the ED on the group audit part. It was a little bit all over the table, so to say. We had support for the proposed prohibition. Some disagreed for various reasons, and there was request for clarification and guidance. Amongst those that supported the prohibition, then some of them generally had agreed with what we had in the ED. Others wanted to expand the exemption so that more situations could be in the standard, and others wanted to narrow it so that it may not be used too widely. Around those that disagreed with the prohibitions, what we heard was similar to the discussions we had with the people in this group, saying it's not a proxy for complexity. It could limit the adoption and add more complexity in decision making where you can use the standard or not. And it's based on the complexity of the audit rather than the entity itself. All of these issues or points we did discuss with the board, and I think also we had the discussion on with you the last time. And you can see that people are a little bit all over the board, and the balance we've got that we struck with the board is that our proposed way forward is relatively similar to what we have in the ED itself. We're not changing the prohibition, but we want to provide additional guide on in the proposed standard. We added some more guidance, and then also in the supplemental guide around the authority, making sure that it's easier to understand when you define the component auditors, and also provide examples and guidance on the situations where the standard can be used or where you fall out. So that's basically where we landed as a board, and where we landed at least as far as now. The proposed way forward is keeping the position similar to what we had, relatively similar to what we had, as I said, in the ED, but then adding more guidance and support for that position. So I think with that, we can flip to the next slide, and then I think it's time for the first question to the CAG. And I can turn back to you, Jim, to receive views on the proposed revisions to the preface and the authority.
Thank you, Kai, for that introductory remarks and the initial question. And so I'm going to open it up for the group to see if we have any responses. While we're waiting for the group to respond, I just want to say, we were one of the respondents to the question with respect to the group audits, and in the governmental environment, a significant portion of the audits are in effect group audits because you have lots of components typically. After a lot of discussion, where we landed, which was reflected in our letter, was the fact that those audits are very complex audits. They don't fall under the LCE. So I think from a governmental perspective, we appreciated where you landed in terms of the standard, or where you're proposing to land. Well, the room, let me check. It looks like, oh, I do see some hands. Greg, another public perspective, perhaps?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Thanks, Kai. I just wanted to mention with respect to public sector that specifically in the preference, I understood the purpose of and the sourcing of the references to public sector in the preface material. So I didn't have any specific objections or concerns with that material. But I did have a comment or question with respect to scoping or the authority. And that had to do with the suggestion that reliance on internal audit would somehow not be typical of a less complex entity. I struggle with that, certainly for the public sector where internal audit is often mandated. I didn't see it as necessarily an indication of a complex entity or a complex engagement. And I found it a contradiction to, for example, use of an auditor's expert or reliance on a management expert. So I know it's not an authority scope out, but it is talked to in the background material as an indication of an audit that is not less complex. So I just wondered if the task force could reconsider that scoping. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Klaus, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Jim, and good afternoon. Good morning to everyone. On this point, I would have been in the camp to disagree with the proposed prohibition. From my argument would be that the typical LC, also within the group, I think we could live with component auditors, because I think that, as alluded to, it's not that is a complex situation. However, given where we are right now in the drafting, I think that I could live with saying that there could be a prohibition right now, and I think it's more important to get the standard out, and also since the major change compared to the original draft is, of course, that you allow also ISO for LC to be applied within groups. So this could be a matter to be looked into the future when you gather more experience of applying the standards, so to say. So I would say that, as I alluded to initially, I say that I would have been in the other camp, but I can live with this solution for now.
Thank you, Klaus. Dawn, welcome.
Thank you, Jim. And thanks for the presentation. I appreciate that there's been a lot of debate around the component auditors, and see that there is a lot of support for the proposed prohibition. The SMPAG, though, still is having difficulty with this, and we don't agree that the prohibition needs to be limited to circumstances where a physical presence is needed. And we'd like to see that a more principle-based approach be used, so that the accountant could, or the auditor could, make a determination whether it was appropriate, rather than it just being strictly prohibited.
Thank you, Don. Hyson? Hyson, you may be on mute.
Yes. Also, I have to say more or less the same things regarding to the prohibition related to the use of the component auditors, which is retained. This may limit to somehow the use of the standard because, of course, it has been considered with the guideline or other materials to be addressed, but in our opinion, this prohibition has to be considered again in order to just put some kind of judgments in using or not, because it may create such a problems. So additional guidance, I don't think will be the supportive in such a case, but may help to somehow. Thank you.
Thank you, Hyson. Anyone else on this particular topic? All right, Kai, I think I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, and thank you for the comments received. I can start with Greg around internal audits. We're not, as you say, we're not scoping the entities that have an internal audit out of the standard, but we have not built in requirements around reliance on internal audits. So as that generally, I know the exception may be around public sector, but that would be an indicator of complexity. So that's where we have the discussion. We can, we'll see there if there is something in the public sector domain we can do, but can't promise too much at this stage. On the other three commentators, Klaus, Don, and Hyson, this has been the difficult decision or difficult discussion the whole time. Where do you draw the line? Do you open for group audits? What types of group audits should you open for? And also on the ED, where we have more or less the same position as we currently have, we received different views. Some people say we shouldn't open group audits at all. Some say we should be where we're at. Some say we should widen it. The difficulty here is also we need to make sure that when we come out with a standard, regulators and standard setters in jurisdictions are comfortable that this can be used. And some of the feedback we got from those stakeholders were that there's already a lot of judgment in deciding whether you're an LC and can use the standard or not, and opening this even more may open it to too much judgment, so that it may not even be allowed to use in certain jurisdictions. So that's, as I said the last time, we've worked hard as a board trying to find that balance to making sure that we have a standard that can be used, but also that it could be allowed to be used in the different jurisdictions. So I hear the different views and don't necessarily disagree with them personally, but I think that that's the position we're at. And to your comment, Klaus, that whether this is something that could change in the future, I think that's the future is up to see what will happen. But you will always do, or generally we do post-implementation reviews and see where things go after that. So I think that's as far as I can comment on those questions now, but it's striking the balance to make sure that there's not too much judgment. So the standard won't be allowed to use in jurisdictions, at the same time making clear the types of audits that can be in and out. We did try as a task force and a board working on different different things that where you can draw the line. But it became quite difficult, and also trying to be consistent with the terms and method and what we have in ISA 600 to say what is a group and what is not, and we kind of need to have this standard than in the ISAs, and I think that would even be that will also be a challenge for practitioners. So that's where we landed for now, at least, and then we'll see where we can go in the future. Do you have any other hands there, Jim?
I don't see any, Kai. I think I would go ahead and proceed on.
Okay, so Michelle, if you flip to the next slide, we can then dive into the standard itself. Sorry. We've throughout the standard, as I said earlier, we've also done a cost review and all those things, but we've also tried to enhance the scalability. I think I explained this the last meeting as well, that we have introduced a box where we say the procedures that when there is more than one person on the engagement team, those procedures are taken out in a separate box. That concept we tried out on one part earlier on, and that's been now flowed through in the standard. In part one, we've done some strengthening and clarification around the firm level quality management, and also communication and EM relating to the ethical requirements. So more or less strengthening and making sure that we're tying back to the code of ethics or similar ethical requirements, and then also making sure that the quality management is up to speed. Part two, we've added some EM. Documentation has always been a sore spot on ISO audits, and also these audits. The practitioners say that's one of the challenges, and we then try to add EM to help how to apply those general documentation requirements in the standard. In part three, around engagement quality management, what we try to clarify is what really is the engagement partner responsibilities. So we've done some revisions in the standard to clarify that, and then also added the requirement for an engagement partner to have the understanding of relevant ethical requirements. It's minor revisions, but just making sure that we have the engagement quality management and all the other parts up to speed. Can you go to the next slide, Michelle? Part four, acceptance, continuous, and initial audit engagement. Last time we discussed with you, we had we proposed in the engagement letter that it should not say that the audit is done under the ISA for LCE. That was revoked by the board. Also, we had the discussion with you, so saying it should say that the engagement is done under the ISA for LCE, and that's now in the standard again. So it's in the engagement letter that you use the ISA for LCE. In planning, one of the other areas where we've added or enhanced the EM is around materiality. That was one area based on the ED as well, that there was calls for more EM. And we also enhanced those documentation requirements for that part. Part six, this I've spoken briefly about already. We did then make sure or update our requirements and EM to make sure that we are now clear when the relationship and how you can use the standard in relation to services provided by service organization. And then also the process to prepare financial statements, clarifying, making sure that we're using the right terms and that we catch what we need in the risk identification assessment part. So I think with that, Jim, we can flip to the next slide and then ask if there are any comments in relation to the proposed revisions to part 1 through 6.
Thank you, Kai. I do have a question that's come up. Klaus?
Yes, thank you. Just to say that I'm very happy with that there was an amendment in part 4 to say that in the engagement letter it should be used for ISA for LC. So we're very happy for that. I think I've alluded to that before in the previous CAG meetings.
Thank you, Klaus. Anyone else? Anyone else virtual? That's it for now, Klaus or Kai, in terms of questions.
Yeah, I think, and Klaus, yes, I remember last time you also were one of the ones speaking for the requirement to be back in, and now you got your wish. So we can flip to the next slide. Part 7 through 10. Part 7, in responding to assessed risk of material misstatement. We've done some tweaks around the requirements in EM to make sure that we are fully standalone. So there has been some changes around, especially around audit sampling. We've added a little bit more around designing of a sample, determining sample size, selecting items for testing, and evaluating the results. So make sure that we have what is needed in there for the practitioners to do this based on the standard. We've done some reordering and requirements to enhance flow and also to be a little bit more aligned with how it is in some of these parts in the ISAs itself. In part 8, we added some requirements around subsequent events, as we were a little bit light on that in the previous versions. We enhanced the requirements related to written representation. In part 9, as you know, we have requiring a specific format and content of the auditor's report. We've clarified that in the standard, and then also how you can divert from that. We added requirements around modification of auditor's opinion, and also proposed some some other changes based on the flow through from other parts. In part 10, not too many direct changes from what was in the ED. There has been a stronger alignment with the different parts in the ISA, so we may have changed something in other parts that we needed to flow through in part 10 as well. And then also making sure that there is no duplication of requirements in the core part of the standard, if I can say so, and then part 10, the group audit part. So it all aligns and has the necessary requirements in there to be operationalized. So that's the main changes in the standard. So if we flip to the next slide, then I'll ask for his views on the proposed revisions to parts 7 to 10.
All right, do I have any questions? Kai highlighted some of the changes that have been made since March. Any thoughts, agreements, issues that anyone wants to share relative to these proposed changes to the LCE? Kai, this may be a good sign that your LCE is going to have a warm reception at the IAASB meeting, if we're any indication, and I think oftentimes we are.
I hope you're
really
right. But it's also, okay. I think the last times we had the discussion with the board, it's also been limited comments. So as you say, it's a good sign that we're closing into the final stretch.
Well, here's someone that might stop you. Greg?
Thanks. I'm not sure it's a change, so I apologize if I'm out of scope. But In part 9, there's a discussion on comparative financial information and corresponding figures, which I think I've spoken to in a previous meeting. It's quite difficult to understand as written, and I think it's potentially the result of trying to compress the information into this document. So I would encourage you to revisit, I think it's section 9.7, and if you read it objectively, like without your knowledge of ISA 710, I think it's 710, I think you'll struggle to get through the content, because if you enter the review with a particular understanding, then you can figure it out. But if you enter it cold, and if you're auditing a less complex entity where you may not have an intimate understanding of the existing discussion of those concepts in the ISAs, I think you're going to struggle to apply what's been presented there. So I would just encourage you to look at that from either a clarity or an understandability perspective.
Thank you, Greg. Kai, any response?
Not directly, other than we'll make sure that we have a fresh look at those paragraphs again to make sure. I don't have a other response on just now, at least. So.
Thank you, Kai. I think we're ready to proceed then.
Thank you. If we then go to the next slide, other areas that we've been working on are the appendices to the standard. As you've seen, it's glossary, engagement letter, the diagram or flow chart of identification, assessment, and risk, and all the other appendices that are there. We've done updates to those. We've also gone in through the conforming amendments. So if you look into the papers for next week's board meeting, there are proposed conforming amendments to the preface, the ISQM 1, ISQM 2, ISA 3000 and 2400, the framework for assurance engagement, and IAPM 1000. There are very small changes, and generally it's to make sure that at least in ISQM once it mentions audits using the ISAs. What we are proposing for the board and also for some of the other areas is to be less specific, as ISA was the only audit standard by IAASB. Our proposed revision to some of this is to have more a general reference in some of these standards to be audit standard issued by IAASB, as there might be other in the future, could also be other standards. And in the ISQM 1 and 2, it's mostly mentioning in application material, as ISQM sometimes mention the ISAs that they can provide additional guidance and examples on some of the topics that are discussed there, that we have then in the application material, or a footnote also referencing, saying that for audits using the ISA for LCE, that standard could then also have additional guidance and requirements around some of these areas. So that's around the conforming amendments. Moving to the topic of effective date. That's a topic that we will discuss with the board next week. In the ED, we heard different things. Generally, there was a support for 18-month effective date after approval. And some of the reason for the discussion, or some even said, as this is an alternative to the ISAs, a new standard, how important is an effective date and setting that in the future. In the task force, we discussed all of this, and we said we think it is important to set an effective date, because we need to have a stake in the ground saying that this standard is based on or aligned with the same concepts as in the ISAs as of a certain date, to make sure at what point do we start considering changes in the ISAs and some of those, how it could be affected in the standard. And also, as this standard needs time for translation and adoption, implementation, and learning to happen, we propose setting an effective date to be for audits of financial statements for periods beginning on or after December 15th, 2025. But we also, around the discussion on early adoption, we say that early adoption would be permitted and also encouraged, so that jurisdictions can use the standard when they're ready to use it. So that's the position for effective date. Maintenance is another one that there will, I think we many times hear people want a stable base. When we looked into the comments on the ED, we heard different things, and not really a clear position saying that it should be a stable base for 5 years, 3 years, and that you should be periodic updates. But there were different views in there. Some say it needs to be aligned with the ISAs or the concepts in the ISAs to make sure that it's not a lesser standard. So let's say you have a new project or a project as we currently have on fraud, and there are new requirements and things coming in there. Should we wait for a number of years to put them in? So people wanted generally to have them in. Others said it should be periodically, and some said only when needed. The position of the task force going into the discussion into the next week's meeting is that we want to keep the standard up to date, and it must have updates, and those updates should be considered with the process, or more or less at the same time as we do the ISA updates. But the suggested way is that there will be a specific standing task force for LCEs, considering how changes in the ISAs, or if and how potential changes in the ISAs should be included in the ISA for LCE. So that's the position of the task force going into the meeting. Also, we have another suggested position saying that there needs to be an initial period of stability, so that if we now approve a standard in September, and let's say it's then December 15, 2025. If we start, and if there are other ISAs approved in the meantime, we would start updating the ISA for LCE, maybe even prior to it being effective in some jurisdictions. So we are considering that there should be an initial period of stability, so that jurisdiction have time to translate, implement, and adopt before changes start coming into effect. So that's the position that we have currently. The last, I think, the next slide, if you flip to the next slide, Michelle, is around adoption and implementation. That's another area that we are working on and will continue to work on after September. We've split it into two. One is adoption. What are our efforts, or what do we do to make sure that jurisdictions get what they need to decide whether they want to adopt the standard or not? And then also, what do we do in order to help implementation, a good implementation of the standard? So around adoption, we are working on an adoption plan. Some of the actions that we are doing, we are having outreach with in different jurisdictions to make sure what we hear and what do they need. I think some of what we heard already is around messaging on the standard, what the standard is and what it's not. That is something, some of the materials that will continue to work on, making sure that messaging is right. This is not a lesser standard. It's not a low quality audit. It is a quality audit with the same level of assurance. In this process, we're also liaising with IFAC, national standard setters, and professional accountancy organizations and others. And so we may need to do more outreach on some of this area as well. Around implementation, we will work on a fact sheet, saying what this standard is and what it's not. We will also continue working on the first time implementation guide, and also some of the other areas that we've started looking into is transitioning. Has been one area that has been asked for additional guidance. We will work on high level, what are the changes or differences between the ISOs and the ISA for LC, as that will also then help the transition. And then also we will work on the supplemental guide on authority and reporting. And our plan is also to develop webinars to help practitioners implement the standard in the right way. So that's our positions on effective date and maintenance, and also the plan for adoption and implementation going into next week's meeting. So if I flip back to you, Jim, and to the next slide, we have then the questions, if there are any views on the effective date, the plan for maintenance, and our plan for adoption implementation.
Thank you. There are a few cards up, so I'm going to recognize those. Hilda?
Thank you, Jim. Good afternoon, Kai, or still good morning here. I think it's nearing the end of a journey here on this standard, so it looks like very soon it will be approved, I think. So congratulations for that. As far as the matters you just talked about, I think indeed it's now going to be to have buy-in, to have it into practice. How this will go, it's a bit of a question mark. I think it's not necessarily something that in Europe we see our CAOB to be very hot on, but on individual member state level, that picture might be different. So it's going to be it's going to potentially need to be based on trying to find the right parties that are interested to go along and to adopt. So that might be a little bit more tedious, but I think there is definitely interest. There is one other thing which and it links to maintenance, but potentially not how you mean maintenance, and it is that it will be clear that in Europe there was quite some support to have also the component auditor to not be prohibited. That is not how I think it's gonna go. And on the other side, I think some others thought that even there should not be any concession towards even allowing group audits. So there is like some sort of a middle road that was found, and some will be disappointed. It goes too far. Others are disappointed it doesn't go that far. And so maybe that means you have done the right thing, but potentially a few years down the road, part of maintenance could be to look at how is this now being used in practice? How is this dealing with this issue around groups and the use or not being able to use a component auditor? And maybe that's a point at which there could be a reflection. Have the right decisions been made now, and do they work in practice in whatever 3 or 5 years?
Thank you, Hilda. Paul?
Yeah, I think in many ways we're perhaps at the start of a journey. I hope the journey starts next week with approval of the standard, and I wish you all the best. And I mean start of the journey because it's about adoption, implementation, and maintenance, and arguably that's kind of 90% of the heavy lifting around standard setting and their maintenance. I think the effective date, yeah, fine with that. Great to see the plans on adoption and implementation. I think there are parallels here with the standard that we saw issued several years ago from the IFRS for SMEs. There stands to be lessons learned, I think, looking hard at the success stories with IFRS for SMEs, those jurisdictions where it seemed to get buy-in, adoption, and therefore perhaps we could emulate and repeat the success stories that IFRS had. So I think that's certainly a very useful resource for the team looking to that particular standard. As Hilda says, a bit of a heavy lift in Europe for a variety of reasons. You know, the standard might end up being primarily something used for voluntary or contract audit as opposed to statutory audit. I think that's pretty much all I was going to say, except yeah, wish you the best of luck next week to the team. But like I say, I think the journey hopefully has only just begun.
Thank you, Paul. Dawn?
Thanks, Jim. Well, Paul has taken the words right out of my mouth. I was also going to point to the IAASB's IFRS for SMEs and the cycle that they follow for the maintenance. I think we have to hark back to the origin of this project and the stakeholders that we're trying to serve. I understand the argument about it being a lesser audit, but folks are going to say that about this standard anyways. Those that feel that way are going to feel that way simply because it isn't the ISAs. And so I guess I don't really accept that as an argument for why there has to be a continual knock-on effect every time an ISA changes. And I think it will be a tremendous drain on the board's resources if they go down that path for maintenance that will be very hard to keep up with. So that's my thing on the maintenance. In terms of the effective date, I completely support the 2025 for all the reasons that you've stated. I think that makes a lot of really good sense.
Thank you, Don. And if I recall in the CAG, we did have some previous discussions relative to maintenance for this standard. So that was certainly on the CAG's mind. All right, anyone else? Henry?
No, only very quickly to thank Kai for the presentation. And you know, it's good to hear that this standard is hopefully going to get its approval next week. I think I understand the thinking around the effective date. It did catch my eye though, just when I was reading the paper, because of the fact that it's, you're giving permission for early adoption, and this is something that's available for use. And I did look up actually when the IAASB issued the SME standard, there was no effective date actually specified. Clearly, when you make amendments to the standard in the future, you'll have to put some date in there to ensure that people aren't using an out-of-date standard from a particular date, but just as a point of reference. And then it's been very good to hear about the plans that you have for supporting the adoption and implementation, because clearly that's going to be a very important part of the overall sort of work stream for this standard. So, and I can imagine that it's going to take some, resources to support that. But I saw that that was sort of noted almost as a work stream in the strategy document. So it's good that that's being thought through. So, best of luck with it.
Thank you, Henry. Sandra, do you have any perspectives from PIOB?
Yeah, there was just one follow-up item from July that someone passed along to me. And it basically relates to the component auditor discussion. And that there was a suggestion made by the POB observer in July that said consideration be given to providing clarifications and guidance within the standard where appropriate, rather than the authority, the supplemental guidance, particularly as it relates to the notion of component auditors. And what someone's raising for me is that there have been changes, and I see the discussion in C1, or I'm sorry, I'm not in C1. Yeah, in C1. On slide 8, which says, related to the component audit, it says the proposed way forward is not to change the prohibition and provide additional guidance in the proposed standard and supplemental guidance, which would seem to address this PIOB observer point, but I don't see where that change has been made. Am I just missing the plot, or I just don't see that like anything has been, any supplement or additional guidance or supplemental guidance has been provided? Am I just missing that? I'm not clear.
Kai, I think that's all we have. If you want to share your thoughts.
Thank you. I can start with the first ones first, or the first comments we received first. Thank you, Hilda, for supporting around the. We generally have a post-implementation review after a time, and maybe that's also a time where component orders could be looked at again. It could be that's a good time for that. Paul, I like your statement saying it's a start of a journey, because it really is the start of a journey. I think we, as a board, if we then approve the standard next week, we've delivered on the standard. We need to give some additional support to jurisdictions to make sure that they can work with their regulators around adoption and implementation of the standard, because that is efforts that needs to happen in the jurisdictions. I think Hilda and Paul, you also said that there may be discussions in different jurisdictions around this, and I think that's where the discussion really needs to happen around the adoption. But as I said, we will work on some materials to help them to do that, and have also some other outreach and events around some of those areas. So it is the start of a journey, as adoption implementation is an important piece. If we've developed a standard and it's not being adopted or implemented, it's difficult to say that it was a success. But at least we now come to this point and see where we go on from there. Dawn and Henry, you had some comments around maintenance and effective date. I'll take them with me into next week's board meeting, as that's when we will discuss those issues or topics with the board. So thank you for those comments. I'll have them here so to bring them with me to the board meeting next week. Around the comment from PIB around component auditor, it is something we did discuss with the board. It is also something we did. It was already we had it in the draft that we had in the July meeting. We had in the standard, so there is a mention in the standard around on component auditors, and we clarified based on the ED on that. And then also, as we said, we added, we will do more in the supplemental guide. We did, as I said, we did have this in the July draft to the board, and we did not have any calls for additional comments in there. We added a definition of group auditor in the standard. That's something we did, as we earlier had component auditors. So now it should be more clear. So all of those, I think, help and go in the direction that was called from the PIOB. I think that was the responses I had to the questions that was there. If we go to the next slide, I think it's just asking if there are any other matters that we should consider as we're finalizing the ISA for LCE. So I think, Jim, back to you, if there are any other matters that we should consider in the finalization of the standard.
Thank you, Kai. I'll open it up. Anyone have any other matters? I don't believe we have any. I'd like to first thank you for your time to present to the CAG. And I think uniformly, I can say on behalf of the CAG, we wish you well next week and hope you get the approval. All right.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for the comments we received in the meeting. As I said earlier, it's always good going into this meeting, and we get good feedback and comments from you. So thank you for the comments we received throughout the process. If you just move, we have one more slide. So if you just go to that, that's just the way forward. So I said we have the expected approval then in September, and then PIOB approval is in December. So the expectation publication of the standard will be sometime late December, and then the effective date December 15, 2025. And in the meantime, as I said, we'll work on the adoption implementation. So that's my last slide. So thank you, as I said, for the comments and feedback we received. So back to you, Jim.
Thank you, Kai. All right. We're going to transition to our next topic, which is going concern. And we're very fortunate to have Willy here. And we will go ahead and, Willy, if you're ready, I think we're ready.
Thank you, Jim. So we are moving on to agenda item D. And this is a report back on 2 items that were discussed at the March CAG meeting. And we're taking it together in agenda item D because these 2 topics are not separately on the agenda for this CAG meeting. So the first one, agenda item D, is the one that deals with going concern, the board's proposals on revising ISA 570 revised, dealing with the topic of going concern. And so maybe just as a background, the ED was approved by the board at the board's March meeting. We subsequently issued the exposure draft. The exposure period closed on August 24. We received 78 comment letters on the exposure draft on ED 570. And the first opportunity the board will have to look at those comments and discuss those comments will be at the Q2 meeting next year. And this is just a reminder that the reason for that is that there is a pause in our forward agenda on the going concern project, taking into account just the sequencing of some of our projects on the work plan and taking into account staff capacity. So it was always slated to only come back to the board in June next year. Another consideration that played a part in looking at the forward agenda was also that we have received calls throughout that because of the projects we're doing on fraud, on going concern, which is this one, fraud, as well as the PI project. And all those projects have implications for the auditor's report, that we try and align the effect on the auditor's report, and that adjustment in timeline will also help with that. The actual report back on the items that were discussed during the March meeting is set out in the table that you will find in paragraph 6 of agenda item D. I do not propose to go through all of that, but I do want to just point out one specific item because it contains an activity that happened subsequent to the March CAG meeting, and that is on page 2. You will see in the table there's the subheading liaison with the International Accounting Standards Board. where we obviously indicate that we will continue to liaise with the IAASB post-exposure draft. We are also in the process of, as we analyze the comments, we will also pull out those comments that we've received from our respondents that may be of relevance to the IAASB, and we will be happy to share that with them. And you will then also note, and this is the activity I was referring to, that in June of this year, the two going concern chairs, we've got an outgoing chair, Josephine Jackson, and an incoming chair, Ado Kines. They also, together with IAASB staff, met with IAASB representatives to update the IAASB on where we landed in terms of the board's final position on certain after critical elements in ISA 570. I think the most important ones were some aspects around terminology, the timeline that we are requiring auditors to consider in terms of management's assessment of the entity's ability to continue as a going concern, and then also our proposals around transparency in the auditor's report. And like I said, we will continue with that. We will continue with that engagement. Then I think the rest of the points you've seen the report back that as it is documented. And I think for most of those items that are in agenda item D, we will obviously also now look at what we've received on the exposure draft. As we analyze the comment letters, I think a lot of the points that were raised by CAG representatives will also come through in the comments that the comment letters that we've received, and we will obviously continue to progress those. So Jim, on agenda item D on going concern, that's all I had, but I'm happy to pause here if there are any questions or observations.
Let me see if there's any reaction from the CAG. I see one tent. Henry.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Philly. I just wanted to acknowledge, from our side, we very much appreciate that engagement and the liaison we've been having on this project. And I know on our side, we'll be wanting to reach out to the working group to hear more about the feedback following on from the discussion that we had in June. So thank you very much indeed for that. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Henry. Anyone virtually have any comments? Okay, well, thank you, Vili, for that update. I think we'll go ahead. You have one more. Oh. Continue on.
Thank you, Jim. I must say the numbering of the agenda items are not completely intuitive because D and D1 doesn't have anything to do with each other. So, but we have agenda item D.1 as well. And that's another topic that was discussed at the March meeting. That's not on this CAG agenda, but we did want to close off the report back. So you will remember that we have a project on listed entity and public interest entity in terms of considering changes to our standards that arise from the proposals in the ethics code around listed entity and PI that was completed at the end of last year. And we are and we have also bifurcated that project into two tracks. So this was specifically on track 1. So when we look at track 1 that proposed changes to ISA 700 revised and ISA 260 revised in terms of operationalizing the requirement in the code that auditors should publicly disclose when they've applied certain independence requirements specified for certain entities in the relevant ethical requirements, i.e. PI in the IAASB code. It deals with those amendments that we made there, and then also an amendment that followed through to communication with those charged with governance in ISA 260 revised. So at the June board meeting, our board approved the final pronouncement, the final standard for track 1, and that therefore concludes our work now on track 1 of the IAASB project. And again, in your materials, it starts on page 2 of D1, the table that's presented in paragraph 7. The first part of the report back is on track 1. And I didn't have anything specifically that I wanted to point out there. So I'll just move on to the next one as well. Um, right. Sorry, the only other thing that I wanted to say about track 1 is that after the approval at the June meeting, we are now submitting the due process documentation to the PIOB for their consideration at their meeting in early October. And then depending on the PIOB's approval of due process, we hope to publish the final pronouncement soon thereafter. So I suspect we'll see the final pronouncement being published in October. And for the track 1, the changes to ISO 700 revised and ISO 260 revised, those will become effective for audits of financial statements for periods beginning on or after December 15, 2024, which is aligned with the effective date of the changes to the IAASB code. And that was always the reason why we undertook track 1 on a faster moving track, so that the changes to the auditor's report become effective at the same time that the changes to the code become effective. At the March meeting, CAG was also presented with the board's was also presented with the proposals that the PI task force had in respect of track 2 that was originally discussed at the December 2022 IAASB meeting. Now, just to remind everybody again, PI track 2 really considers, are we going to adopt publicly traded entity as a replacement term for listed entity? Are we going to adopt the definition of public interest entity? We're adopting a framework to consider as we go forward in future periods, considering when differential requirements is required for certain entities, and then looking at what we currently have in this in the ISAs, whether we will expand differential requirements that apply only to listed entities at the moment to also apply to public interest entities. So the CAG did have a look at that. And again, the report back is in the second part of the table that is presented in paragraph 7. There was just one item that I wanted to draw attention to specifically, because again, it was an activity that occurred subsequent to the CAG meeting in March. And that is on page 6, where we indicated to you that we did, because there were concerns, probably the item that where we received most comments is what is going to be the impact of extending CAM reporting from listed entities to all public interest entities. And what we did is we did initiate a request for information from our NSS group, and we will share that feedback with our board when we take the track 2 back to the board. Now, the track 2 is slated to go back to the board in December, and at that point, we will also ask the board to approve an exposure draft for track 2. Hence the request to Jim that we've coordinated that we need an additional call with CAG representatives, which has been scheduled for December 7, so that you can, under our current due process, provide us with input on that exposure draft. So Jim, that is all on listed entity and PI. So again, happy to take any questions or observations.
Thank you. I'll open up on the floor to see if we have any. We do not, Billy. Thank you for that information on the pie. And just to mention the pie made me think of lunch. So what I think I'd like to propose is that we will break now for lunch. I understand it's here. And then we're going to have the strategy session, which was at the end of yesterday. We're going to present that. Tom's going to present that at 1:30. So we'll have our lunch now from 12:30 to 1:30, and I'll see everyone at 1:30. Thank you.
Tammy, yo, there's like mad food downstairs. Diana. We got beef, and there's steak, there's chicken. I don't know. There's some
Hello, everyone. We're going to begin in about 1 minute. Welcome back. Hopefully everyone had a good lunch break or break otherwise. We're going to move right now to the IAASB strategy and work plan. So within your list that was under day 2I, and we're going to move it into today. And then we will keep the topics of audit evidence and fraud for tomorrow. But I did want to get this started, and I'm going to turn to Tom. I know you've been working on this for a while for an update. Tom?
Well, my first strategy is that I'm going to depend on Billy for lots of the heavy lifting here. So I hope that works. But a few key points about our strategy document. Remember, our strategy document is focused not on everything we're meant to do during the period, but the things that are the most important that will determine whether we're recognized as having success or failure. Keeping the lights on every day is just business as usual, right? But what we're really focused on is what we can do to distinguish ourselves to achieve our aspirational goal. And that's why we spend so much time. If you know the structure of our strategy document, it starts with our goal, which is aspirational. It then talks about the drivers in the marketplace, the strategic drivers that will, the internal and external factors that will impact our ability to achieve the goal. And we talk about our strategic objectives, which are the outputs that will drive our ability to achieve the goal, factoring in those drivers, and then the actions related to that. To some extent, our work plan is a follow-on to one of our strategic objectives. In this case, 2 of them are number 1 and 2. So just put that in place. Our strategy really is to some extent evolutionary off of our last strategy document. In our last strategy, we were very focused at making sure that the public interest was at the heart of everything we were doing, that we were going to focus on and complete projects in a timely manner. We were going to become a lot more agile and innovative in the way we conduct our work, and we were going to intensify our relationships with stakeholders. Our proposed strategy really is focused on just cementing ourselves as the leading global standard setter in the world of audit and assurance. This is particularly topical in the world of sustainability, which is an area that we did project in the last go around that we're going to do so, but for the purposes not just to be a standard setter, but to enhance public confidence, and that we have to be able to evolve to changing circumstances quickly. And so everything flows from that. Billy will give you much more detail, but we're pleased that at least for the most part, our goals, strategic drivers that we identified in our strategic objectives are really resonating. And we've got some really good feedback on approaches to the work plan. So with that, Billy, are you ready to go? Great.
Yes, certainly. Michelle, you can go to the next slide. Another one. Yeah, there we are. Right. Thank you very much, Tom, for that overview. So we are really looking forward to receive CAG representatives' feedback on the feedback that we received on our strategy and work plan, how we've analyzed the comments, and the planning committee, who accessed the task force for the strategy and work plan, has developed some initial views in terms of responding to the comments that we've received. In terms of the strategy component of the strategy and work plan document, the planning committee has proposed certain changes, and you would have seen that in markup in agenda item I.2 in your agenda materials, where we have already proposed certain changes to the strategy section. And on the work plan section, we've not presented a complete work plan for the September meeting, but we are rather presenting the analysis of what we heard from respondents and the planning committee's initial views and points of direction for the board. And we are seeking the board's direction in terms of possible programming decisions in finalizing the work plan. So we do fully expect that out of the discussion today, the discussion we'll have with the board next week, and we also have a joint IAASB ethics board section during the board meeting weeks next week, we will be able to pull all of that together and therefore also present the final work plan that will go to the board for approval in December. So on the consultation paper, and remember the consultation paper was the full draft strategy and work plan, and we asked stakeholders input on the draft strategy and work plan. We received 61 comment letters, which is very good for a strategy and work plan consultation compared to the previous strategy period where we only received 45 comment letters. This was a significant tick up in the number of comments, and we're also very happy that almost half of those comments, 48% of those comment letters, are from respondents other than accounting firms and member bodies and other professional organizations. So I think that was a good diversity of respondents, also across jurisdictional, also geographically. I think it was a good spread, and we think that provides an appropriate basis for us to move forward. So next slide. On this slide is just a recap that in the consultation paper, we asked for respondents' feedback on 8 questions. 3 of them were focused on the strategy, 3 questions were focused on the work plan, and then we had 2 more general questions, one focusing on our coordination with our sister board, IAASB, and then also a catch-all question of, are there any other matters that we should take into account? On the next slide, I will then go into the strategy part of the section. So I think I'll pause at 2 stages. The one is after the strategy section, and to seek CAG representatives' views on the proposed changes, and then we will do separately the work plan section. So Michelle, you can go to the next slide. So on the strategy section, really 3 key parts that we want to focus on. And like I said, for the strategy section, we've already, based on the comments that we've received, proposed changes to the document, and the updated strategy and work plan document is an agenda item I2. So when we look at the goal, our goal, keys to success and stakeholder value proposition, you will see the suggested changes on pages 5 to 7 of agenda item I.2. Now, 87% of those 61 respondents did comment on our goal, broadly supportive, but we had certain suggestions for further refining the goal. And the goal that you see there on the slide is the goal as we are presenting it to the board next week, that have already been updated. You will see a markup version of the goal in agenda item 2A. And so the goal that we're proposing now reads, to serve the public interest by developing the globally accepted and leading audit review and other assurance standards, enabling the consistent performance of quality engagements that enhance trust in external reporting and evolve in a timely manner to meet changing public interest demands. Like I said, there were some refinements there, but in essence, it's very much aligned with what we had originally. One of the suggestions was that we should include in the goal also a reference to the quality management standards. But as Thomas alluded to in his opening remarks, we are really trying to be deliberate and we deliberately wish to emphasize what our focus is going to be for this next strategy period, which will be on audit and assurance standards. But we have, based on the feedback you would have seen in agenda item I2, we have added some text in the updated document that draw attention to our full suite of standards, just to provide that broader context as well, but not to incorporate it in the goal itself. And then in this section of the, in the responses to question 1, stakeholders also made some comments that we decided fitted better under the strategic drivers, strategic objectives, and in some instances, even the work plan. So in the issues paper that the board also has, which in your pack was agenda item I.3, we did carry forward certain comments to those relevant sections. On the next slide, Michelle. On the next slide deals with the strategic drivers, and as Thomas indicated, you know, we view the strategic drivers as the environmental factors that drive the opportunities and challenges that impact our ability to achieve our goal. And we presented in the consultation paper a series of strategic drivers under 3 main themes. Now, again, there was a lot of support for that. No, we didn't receive any comments that asked us to add to those strategic drivers, but that we did have a number of suggestions on the strategic drivers in terms of further refining some of those drivers and clarifying some of the messaging in terms of certain of those drivers. And that is what we focused on in terms of updating the strategy and work plan document. I'm not going to go through all of them. I thought there was a few that I could maybe highlight. So under the theme, increased and more diverse demands for our standards, we made a few updates to the impact of technology driver, and that was really in response to comments that we need to be clear about the driver in terms of there's a component of entities using technology, there's a component of the auditor using technology, there's the component of being alert to disruptive technologies like artificial intelligence, and that there's also a call from stakeholders that standard setters be more proactive in dealing with technology. And so we've made those updates to reflect those comments. In that same column there, the last strategic driver, we also had some comments around our role in developing implementation support materials or undertaking implementation support activities. We haven't made many adjustments in the strategy document itself, but in the work plan section, I will point to later, we did do some updates to try and accommodate the comments. In terms of the theme about confronting headwinds to adoption of standards, I think the one that I just wanted to point out is you will see there's a driver impact of and reasons for jurisdictions developing their own audit and assurance standards. Respondents felt that the way it was formulated was a little bit difficult to understand what the messaging was, and that you know, it could maybe come across a little bit negatively, and so we made some updates to just indicate, you know, there's a reality to jurisdictions also undertaking their own standard setting, and that often it is complementary to the global standards, but there could also be instances where they develop alternative standards, and that could lead to fragmentation. So we just sort of balance the messaging a little bit. And then in terms of changing demands to our ways of working, one of the drivers was increasingly tight timelines to meet heightened expectations. Now, again, in the actual driver section, we didn't make a lot of updates, but one of the comments that came through is that we also need to reflect that there could be potential negative consequences of successive fundamental changes to our standards and stakeholders not having sufficient time to implement or absorb the standards and sort of keep pace with the standard. So we've built that into the driver, but it also carried forward as a consideration under the programming decisions for the work plan. And then the last slide under this section on strategic objectives and actions. And as Thomas already indicated, there was really broad support for the 4 objectives, to an extent that in the end, we're not suggesting any changes to those 4 objectives. When it comes to the strategic actions, we had some suggestions to further refine and clarify some of those strategic actions, and that we proceeded to do. So in the document I.2, you will see on pages 14 through to page 16. In markup, you will see the changes that we've made to some of the strategic actions. The ones that I can just highlight is that under strategic objective one monitoring group member said that we do need to accommodate a quick response process to be able to be in a position where we can be more agile in reacting to changes or in responding to changes from other standard setters or maybe based on regulatory findings. And the planning committee felt we actually do have that mechanism already in terms of our narrow scope amendments component of our framework for activities, but we did think that it was important enough to just draw that out in the strategic action. So that's the change we made there. And then under strategic objective 3, there were a number of suggestions around our coordination with the ethics board. Now, again, in the document itself, we made some adjustments to show the timeliness of the coordination and the systematic nature of the coordination, but there were also some suggestions around providing more specificity in terms of our coordination with ethics, especially in terms of the projects we anticipate there will be coordination on, but that we addressed in the work plan section. So we didn't ignore those comments, they were just addressed in the work plan section. We were also asked under strategic objective 3 to add a lot of other stakeholders. People mentioned we should add NSS, we should add SMPAG, we should add a whole series of other stakeholders. But again, I think Tom alluded to that in his opening remarks as well. We will obviously continue to engage with all our stakeholders, but strategic objective 3 is deliberately focused on the choice that we've made that for this strategy period, we want to strengthen our coordination with the ethics board and leading standard setters and regulators. Not that we're ignoring any of the others. We will continue with that in terms of our general outreach program, as well as our project specific outreach. But we didn't feel that it was, we didn't feel there were any changes necessary to the objective as it was stated. On the next slide, Michelle, I think this is the first point where we will pause for feedback. So really, Jim, any views from representative in terms of the proposed changes we're suggesting to the strategy section of the strategy and work plan?
Thank you, Willie. Any comments on the strategy section of the work plan? Let's see if anyone had any thoughts. We may be in the post-lunch slump, but I don't see any cards up. Galen?
Yeah, in terms of agility, it's one thing to say that you want to be agile. How do you get information over, how do you collect information as to what is out there that needs attention? Is it done daily? Is it done at the NSS meeting and just from our outreach activities? Is there any other avenues that could be taken to try to, let's say a question comes up about audit quality or how it's to be applied. Is there any way to monitor the members more strategically to get that feedback? I'm just thinking out loud here. I'm just brainstorming a little bit. Is there any other ways? And perhaps you could share with me how you do collect the information other than by yourself and the staff.
Well, yeah, we don't have, for example, we don't have a data analytics platform where we're surveying social media or anything. I think it really is right now the extent of the outreach we do in terms of what themes are we hearing continuously recurring. We're being much more programmatic in the ways we're touching people too, not just the NSS, not just this committee, our work with the PIOB too. Obviously, they're important input. We meet with every monitoring group member on a regular basis right now, some on a twice-a-year basis, some on a once-a-year basis. We're very intensely in the marketplace. Each board member has a stakeholder group that they engage with, partly because of this is there's people perceive negatives of a part-time board, but one of the benefits of a part-time board is that they're connected to the people they work with in the regions that they work with. So all of that comes together. The big thing is that the work that we do isn't about responding to small issues all the time. We're not saying, well, someone said something in this environment, then we have to react to it. Usually we're, as a board, operating against reacting to broader trends. And more importantly, what we've tried to do over recent years is get ahead a little bit of where you start to see a little bit of smoke, then you start moving. And I think we did that. I would say smoke's the right word, but we saw what was occurring in the world of sustainability, and I think we revved ourselves up pretty quickly on that project and moved quickly. I think if you see the timelines between conception to ED and then potentially to the end of completion, we have been able to successfully compress that from what I thought was basically for a major project 5 years to somewhere in the 3-ish years or less. And and when you consider the realities of 120-day comment period plus the analysis period and plus the redeliberations, I think that's quite a big success. So maybe we could be more programmatic about it, but that gives you a way of how we do it. And, we're much more intentional about following what's going on in the marketplace too.
Thank you, Galen. Wei?
Oh, thanks, James. Thanks for the presentation. Thanks a lot for the work has been done. I would like to make a quick comment on the strategic objective 1 and its related actions. I'm supportive of the changes suggested by the planning committee and the commitment to progress and complete the projects underway in a timely manner. In my view, this commitment is important. Some projects underway, such as fraud, going concern, audit evidence, are important topics to address public interest, particularly to capital market stakeholders. The setting and revising of these auditing standards should be progressed with no delay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Wei. Anyone else? Hello?
Thank you. I think this is just a suggestion, perhaps as a way of improvement and as my contribution to the strategic work plan. I think we have done it, and then we have. It has proven to be very, very effective in more of a strategic way forward by having this number of suggestions that I'm going to list. Maybe perhaps if they are worth considering by IAASB, then you can be able to incorporate them into your strategic work plan. One is the post-implementation reviews. I think this is something that we're all aware of, and I think we want to see more of that for certain standards, and then we'll be able to get a more feedback, and that will be the basis for reviews in the future. That's number one. So I think post-implementation review of standard that has been implemented, I think is something that will be very, very helpful as one of the strategies to go forward. Another important suggestion is the implementation surveys and implementation rates data. Do you now currently have a data of the members or jurisdictions or those that have implemented the standards that has been issued so far? I think that will be another helpful information, and I think as a strategy to move the new strategic work plan forward. And in addition, in line with what Galen just mentioned, now for us, one of the outreach that we have been doing, and it has proven to be very, very helpful for the IAASB, is the members industry engagement sessions. I mean, you have a number of boards, the committees give their feedback and so on, but more of to see more members or industry engagement sessions some of the outreach program will be very helpful for IAASB. I think these are just 3 suggestions that I just throw out. If you find it useful, you can take it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bello. Tara?
This may be a cheeky comment, but I was just wondering to the extent, to what extent Gen AI is being considered either in use in developing the standards or in terms of an auditing standard for statements that are being prepared using any kind of AI, if that's kind of part of the thinking.
Well, it's very much part of our thinking in terms of our future work plan, in terms of issues of tools that use AI. You know, we've considered ways you could deploy certain tools, maybe potentially in common analysis, like natural language processing or ChatGPT could be a useful element in that regard. But largely, we're very focused, and you'll hear this in the work plan discussion, which is going to come up next. So maybe this is a good segue to that. One thing we've heard, particularly in the audit evidence comments, and you'll hear this tomorrow, is that we need to now, our board's done a lot to do a lot of research and prep on technology, but we need to lean into technology a little bit more, be a little bit less conservative in that. And so I think the development of AI related tools certainly drive a lot of that push for us.
Bello?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a follow-up comment to the question, I mean, to the points raised by Tara. I'm not sure whether it's something that has already been considered by IAASB. It's more on the preparing the auditors or the professional accountants in the future, considering the technology and so on. So in the strategy, we would like to see some kind of component of capacity building for the auditors. I mean, as one of the strategy to increase the implementation of the standards and penetration of the IAASB standards, especially with technology, digital currencies and crypto assets, and maybe central bank digital currencies that are coming. So I mean, in the technology space, maybe it will be good, if not considered, if considered, fine, to have some kind of capacity building initiative for the auditors and accountants, professional accountants, with regard to the emerging technology challenges. And I think this is just something that I wanted to follow up on that as a strategy. That's all.
Yeah, I think there's a difference here. Capacity building for the profession itself, really, in my mind, resides outside of the standard setter, with probably the PAOs. But what we want to do is sort of engage people in the discussion about how technology can improve audit and assurance quality. And I think that is firmly in our remit. And so all of the things we've been doing on disruptive technologies for the last 2 years has been very much in that vein. I think people are to the point of, so what, from a standard setter, what are we going to do to make sure our standards certainly don't impede the use of technology when it comes to fulfilling the public interest, but maybe incentivize the use of technology where it could improve the quality of audit and assurance engagements. And I think that's really what we're thinking about right now. When Billy will describe in a second, is like, once we're done with the projects that we're committed to, what do we take on next? Or maybe even in the context of such a project like audit evidence, what could we do more to encourage the use of technology in a way that would improve quality? So that's the dynamic.
All right, Paul.
Obviously, a very persuasive piece of evidence that goes into the construct of your strategy is what you hear back from the survey surveys that you conduct. And I think generally speaking, you know, we at IFA have been, we have participated in those surveys. We found them very useful. And I think based on the responses that you get, what you represent back to the board is a kind of a true and fair reflection of the feedback. I guess putting an academic's hat on, because I used to be an academic, I guess the one pressing thing that that does concern me is the whole issue of non-response bias. And that is that when you conduct a survey, inevitably the vast majority in terms of number of persons, organizations that stand to be affected by your strategy are not going to respond for a variety of good reasons. You hope that the responses you get are representative, that key proxies do respond on behalf of big constituency groups. But I think there's, you know, for me at the back of my mind is constantly, is there a response bias? Do those that respond to your surveys, do they have significantly different responses to those that are going to be impacted by your work, but they've, for whatever reason, not responded? And that's often a very big issue for us in the SME and SMP space, because you know, when you look at the drop-down list of your respondents, you can be sure that the large accountancy firms, audit firms respond. The small ones do not. You can be sure that the larger, more developed professional accountancy organizations respond. You can be sure that the less developed often do not. So it's just a question that, you know, I just kind of sort of wonder whether sometimes you need to just doing a bit of a cross check on whether or not those that didn't respond might have responded differently to those that did. You know, inevitably when you do a survey, the people that are going to be responding are going to be those that are most directly impacted by what you're doing. So auditors, audit firms are going to respond inevitably. But those that use the outcome of the audit work perhaps are certainly less likely to. So it's just a general concern that I have, but I don't have any silver bullet to resolve it.
It's the vintage standard setter's dilemma about making sure that you get as broad a stakeholder response as you can. And I think, well, what is more comforting to me is that the breadth of respondents that we've had relative to previous periods, the large proxy groups too, the diversity outside the profession who have responded to this one, and the geographical breadth. So inevitably there will be people who you would expect to have an interest that probably haven't expressed it. But what I can say is that there are more people engaged with our strategy and work plan than there have been in the past. And remember that the formal comment letters and the survey responses are not the only inputs we have gotten in over the year. It's all the stakeholder outreach. And to be clear, we publish all of our formal outreach every quarter in our board papers, and the list has grown longer and longer and longer over the last 4 years, precisely because of our previous strategy, which has intensified that point. So, you know, it's not a perfect answer, but I could tell you that it's a focus of ours.
Thank you, Paul. Hilda?
Thank you. And thank you to Willie and Tom for the presentation, you know, very supportive of what has been presented on technology. I think we couldn't agree more, but maybe there is even more of an angle to it. You know, I disappeared a little bit because this afternoon within Accounts Europe, we have nominated the chair for audit and technology, because we believe that's really something that is going to become more and more important, not only about the tools that would be used by auditors to perform their audit, and then the repercussions this will have on standards, but actually the focus that we as auditors will have to have on technology-driven companies that will ask audits or even will be required. And there is already some of this in Europe to do audits of all sorts of information that is purely, technology driven, like Google and their searches and their engines, and what do they say they do, how many clicks do they have, what does that mean? And so there are already we have this Digital Services Act, there are already audits required on that, and we expect that will only grow. And it's a completely different thing than what we are used to thinking about financial statements or sustainability reporting. So it's not exactly there yet, but within our community, there are people that say technology, it's the next thing after sustainability. Like, it has changed very much the width of the information that we give audit or assurance on. With technology, that's going to even grow further. I'm not a specialist. I will not tell you, if that's going to be the case or not, or how this is going to pan out. But that's what we hear, and I think it's important to keep the pulse on it and to see what does that mean then for the IAASB as a standard setter.
Thank you, Hilda.
Can I just add something to that?
Go ahead, Sandra.
I just wanted to say, and not necessarily from a PIBO perspective, but we hear that exactly what Hilda's saying all the time, right? And we've actually said to bodies, even like the FASB, like they don't have anybody on the board who has any technology experience, right? And we've said you need technology experience. You can evaluate the cost benefit analysis of some of these things. It's also going to change the underlying access and availability of information, particularly forward-looking information, right? The merge into sustainability with more forward-looking information and the technologies is going to put pressure on some of the existing financial reporting information, or investors are going to seek to capitalize on that, right? It could also have the impact, some of these technologies, of actually limiting what people want to disclose because it can be consumed so quickly. So just as an add-on of like our context to that, I would just echo what Hilda saying.
Any other comments virtually? Oops, Tom, any other thoughts you wanted to share before Willie moves on?
No, Greg's on the screen.
Oh, Greg.
Yep. Excuse me. Thank you. I was a little late getting my hand up. Just specifically on this question, I'm just reflecting on, in the last while, you've published or are publishing two pretty significant new standards, one for the less complex and the other for sustainability, which are large bodies of work. So there is strategic objective 4, which has to do with the way the processes work within standard setting from the board. But I just want to make sure that you're also thinking of the whole maintenance issue, which we discussed briefly in less complex, that with these large omnibus standards, there will be this need to manage the update process, which is, it's ever growing, I guess, right? Because as your standards get more and more extensive to support more needs, there's a larger investment needed to maintain them. So it may be something that belongs in this work plan or a future work plan more specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Sandra, do you have a thought? Oh. Billy, I think we'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Jim. And thank you very much for all of that input. Very valuable to us in terms of as we finalize our strategy and work plan for 2024 to 2027. Moving to the work plan section. So Michelle, you can go to the next slide. So like I said at the beginning, when we get to this section of the strategy and work plan, we haven't made all the changes yet in the actual document. We've made some of the changes in terms of, and I will talk about that just now, in terms of projects underway, our role in terms of implementation support activities, but actually finalizing the work plan, we want the board's direction at the meeting next week in terms of possible programming decisions in finalizing the work plan. So the focus will very much be on agenda item I.3, which is the issues paper that we've presented to the board that elaborates on the planning committee's consideration of the candidate topics for potential new projects that were presented in the consultation paper, and the planning committee's consideration of those topics based on the feedback that we've received from respondents to assist with programming decisions. So Michelle, if you go to the next slide. So here we are looking at the responses to questions 4, 5, and 6 in the consultation paper. And I just wanted to highlight on this slide a few of the overall matters that is reflected in the work plan. I think based on the comments that we've received, the planning committee has decided that we will retain the focus in the work plan on the two main work streams that we see we will have going forward, in terms of audits and reviews on the one hand, and sustainability and other assurance engagements on the other hand. However, recognizing the caution that we received from one of the monitoring group members, that they please urge us to make sure that audits and reviews stay a priority. Well, specifically audits of financial statements need to stay a priority for the board. We are proposing to indicate in the work plan that we estimate around a 70 split. So 70% to audits and reviews and about 30% to sustainability and other assurance in terms of the allocation of resources and time, at least for the next 4-year period. So we are suggesting that in terms of updating it in the work plan. In terms of projects underway at the start of 2024, we didn't have a specific question on that to our respondents, because we felt, well, we really don't have a choice. We have to finish those projects. But a number of respondents did comment on that. Those that did comment were supportive, obviously, of us continuing to complete those projects. Maybe I should rather reflect the other side of the coin, and that is nobody said to us stop any of the projects, if I can put it in that perspective. Respondents also expressed overwhelming support for us to complete ISA 5000 as an overarching standard that provides a global baseline for sustainability assurance engagements. A lot of comments, obviously, on questions 4 and 5 in terms of possible new projects or work streams, and I will discuss that on the next slides. But just to finish off this one, we had a question of anything else. Are there any other topics? Now, when you analyze the comment letters, there were a few one-off comments from individual respondents in terms of additional topics that we could consider for the work plan, but we didn't believe that there was enough support for those topics to bring them on. One monitoring group member suggested projects on ISA 402, which is the standard on service organizations, using the work of a service organization, on ISA 540 on accounting estimates, and also undertaking a separate project that focuses on internal controls. Now, on balance, the planning committee believed that because of the support across stakeholder groups for the 13 topics that were already included in the consultation paper, and taking into account that for the next 4-year period, we will probably only be able to run 5 to 7 parallel projects at any particular point in time, that we were not going to add to the topics that were there already. And then one of the topics that were also highlighted in question 6 was, again, people provided us a lot of feedback around the impact of technology, but that is already captured in question 4 as well, and I will talk about that just now. Just before we go to the next slide, you will see there's a block there about implementation support activities. So in the work plan document, which is in your pack, agenda item I.2, we have suggested, based on the feedback that we've received, changes on pages 19 and 20, just to build out a little bit in terms of recognizing, yes, we do have a role in terms of implementation support activities, and to clarify what that role is, both in terms of first-time implementation materials and non-authoritative guidance. But we need to appreciate the fact that it will always be a balance in terms of we have to prioritize our standard setting work. However, we have recognized that in those instances where there is a need for first-time implementation activities, we can better accommodate that in terms of anticipating that work as part of the project timeline, and not reallocating staff to a new project while we still have to finish the first-time implementation guidance. And that will hopefully contribute to more timely action on our side. We have also said we can maybe be a little bit more deliberate in terms of also coordinating or collaborating with NSS or PAOs or firms even in terms of developing implementation guidance. So it's not necessarily that we have to do it all, but for example, like IAASB has done on occasion, is somebody else develops the material under the auspices of the IAASB or of IAASB, and then maybe in that way we could accommodate those things. So we just build up out that section a little bit. Then Michelle, when you go to the next slide, so in line with this focus on retaining the 2 work streams, we had a list of candidate topics under the areas of audits and reviews, which I will deal with on this slide, and then also sustainability and other assurance engagements. Now, when we look at audits and reviews, the topic that was raised most prominently across all stakeholder groups was the impact on technology. So there was really strong calls from stakeholders that we should have a more strategic, broadly considered approach on the impact of technology, that we should take action to embed technology in the ISAs. And then respondents provided us with a number of comments around the topics that were listed in, which was table B in the consultation paper. Before I get to the 2 options that we are presenting to the planning committee, I do think it's important, and it is highlighted in the issues paper that the board will also consider next week, is that at the same time, well, a couple of weeks apart, when the strategy and work plan consultation closed, our consultation on the audit evidence project on proposed revisions to ISA 500 also closed. So they're both closed in April. And when we started to analyze the comments, we quickly picked up that there was a lot of crossover in comments between the strategy and work plan and the project on ISA 500. In terms of what ISA 500 is trying to address, also very specifically, not exclusively, but also specifically in terms of the impact of technology. And in the issues paper, you will see that we did draw out that from the responses to ED 500, we did see that there were comments that we were not sufficiently ambitious in terms of our proposals to revise ISA 500. There were also comments that the proposals to ISA 500 is not sufficient to address all audit evidence related matters across the ISAs, and effectively saying that for the proposals in ED 500 to be effective, recognizing that there are also a number of suggestions from respondents how to improve the proposals in ED 500, for the effectiveness of those proposals as supplemented, we also need to make enhancements to other standards. And the other standards that were most often mentioned was ISA 330 and the standards that the specific standards in the ISA 500 series that were identified in the consultation paper. And equally, people questioned whether in ISA 500 we achieved the objective of modernizing ISA 500, especially related to technology. So we've recognized that, and on the strategy and work plan side, there were also comments to that same effect. Tomorrow you will obviously receive a presentation specifically on the feedback that we received on ED 500, but we do believe it is a relevant consideration in determining the decisions that we have to make for the work plan. So that brings me to the 2 options that the planning committee considered and will be presenting to the board next week, and that's articulated in the issues paper. And that is that out of this group of topics, there could probably be 2 new projects. And we can approach it in one of 2 ways. The one way is a more linear, traditional linear approach. That means we continue ED 500 as is on its current timeline, and we try and finish that project. We start a new project on ISA 330, and we start a new project which will be a technology-focused modernization of targeted standards in the ISA 500 series, which will be the ones that we had in the consultation paper, 520, 530, 505, and 501. Interesting enough, in both consultations, the strategy and work plan consultation and the ED 500 consultation, there were no stakeholders that indicated standards other than those standards, 330, 520, 530, 501 and 505, except for the one monitoring group member that suggested we should reopen ISA 540. So there were no other standards that were mentioned by respondents. So that would be the one approach. The second approach would be to undertake an expanded audit evidence and risk response project, where we incorporate the current ED 500 project in a broader project that focuses on producing a package that focuses on 500, which will remain a reference framework standard. Remember, it's a foundational standard in our suite of standards that provides a reference framework to the auditor in making judgments about audit evidence throughout the audit. So it addresses the reference framework aspects. But to complete the picture, we also address the performance aspects in terms of ISA 330 and ISA 520, which is very closely linked to ISA 330 and even ISA 315, with a very strong technology component to those. And then also undertake a second project on technology-focused modernizations of the other standards in the 500 series. So if we go that expanded audit evidence risk response route, we do anticipate that that will be a project with probably more than one work stream. So out of that first column, possibly 2 new projects, plus a decision what we need to do with ED 500. In the middle project, in the middle box, there were a number of other projects that were presented. And in terms of those projects, the only project that using the criteria of our framework for activities that do not qualify to be taken onto our work plan is joint audits. So joint audits has fell off the list. Then in terms of the others, we've sort of ranked them there in terms of the balance of comments that we received. There was strong support for ISRE 2410, probably a split of around 75-25 in favor of undertaking a project, with strong arguments for undertaking a project, but there was differences between stakeholder groups. So the stakeholder groups that said this is not a priority or a low priority compared to the other topics were primarily monitoring group members and regulators and oversight bodies that did not view ISRE 2410 as being a priority project. ISA 320 on materiality also ranks as a very high priority, about a 60-40 split across stakeholder groups in favor of a project, but again, different split across for different stakeholder groups. Again, the monitoring group members, regulators, and oversight bodies were all supportive. We have to take a project on 320. Professional accounting bodies and other professional organizations were mainly not supportive of that. And when you look at your national standard setters and your accounting firms, they were more evenly split of either undertaking a project or not undertaking a project. And then ISA 620 and ISA 720, although a lot of support, enough to say they could be taken onto the work plan, they probably rank a little bit behind the other projects that were listed there. But again, strong arguments, on 720, everything we learned from the post-implementation review of the auditor reporting standards, the expansion of external reporting to include a wide variety of financial and non-financial information could be reasons for undertaking that. On the 620 side, a number of technical issues that were pointed out, inspection findings on use of experts, ethics project on experts. So again, a lot of project reasons why that could be a project. And then on post-implementation reviews, support for post-implementation reviews on ISA 540 and ISA 315 revised. There were Fewer people made comments about quality management standards, and we do in any case believe that just taking into account the effective date of the quality management standards, and you do need to allow for a proper time of implementation to do a proper post-implementation review. We think it is unlikely that a post-implementation review on the QM standards will be undertaken in this strategy period. So, and then on the next, so maybe just before I go to the next slide. So if you count 2 projects out of the first block, 1, 2, 3, 4 possible projects in the middle block, and 2 possible projects in the last block, that gives you 8 projects, and we probably have space for 5. If you take into account the 70-30 split between audits and reviews and sustainability and other assurance. Then moving on to sustainability and other assurance. So Michelle, you can go to the next slide. So here the comments can be grouped into 3 main themes. So in terms of a bespoke suite of standards on sustainability assurance, a lot of support for that from stakeholders, also a lot of support in terms of the phased approach to first complete ISA 5000 and then consider other further standards in the ISSA series. Not a lot of respondents provided us with suggestions on candidate topics on what standard should be next after ISA 5000. There were some, and that's also articulated in the issues paper, but like I said, it's maybe 3 or 4, or I think the maximum was 6 respondents that referred to a specific topic. There was also views that at the moment, the most important thing is to get ISA 5000 done, to get it implemented and adopted, and then learn from that implementation and adoption. And that was also something we recognized in our consultation paper, that there would probably be a period where our learnings from ISA 5000 will be the appropriate way of being informed about what happens next. But the planning committee also felt it will be prudent to have a specific placeholder in the work plan, because we simply don't know what's going to happen. You know, there might be an urgent issue that arises, or a specific targeted issue that has high public interest, which means we may have to do some standard setting much quicker than what we thought. And that's why the planning committee felt that our commitment to this bespoke suite of standards should not be questioned, and therefore suggested that we have a placeholder. Number of stakeholders commented on ISA 3000 revised 3410 and the EER guidance. There were views that we should turn our attention to those, because otherwise there could be confusion in terms of how those work with ISA 5000. Some arguments around, or some suggestions that the EER guidance will be very good to update, because it will complement the implementation of ISA 5000, together with some other suggestions around clarifying also the role of 3410. And I think on balance, where we think we would probably be going based on this is, I think action to complement ISA 5000 is clearly an area that we should be thinking about. And we do say that it's probably unlikely that we will undertake a project on ISA 3000 revised at this stage. I think we do need to recognize, as we put in the consultation paper, the role of ISA 3000 in our suite of standards as an umbrella standard for all other assurance engagements for which there are no separate standards. On assurance on XBRL, mixed views across stakeholder groups, those that support it, good arguments for undertaking a project on assurance on XBRL. There were views of supporting a research project instead of a standard setting project at this time. But I think, again, on balance, if we're thinking about 2 possible projects out of this group, probably in terms of relative to the other topics, unlikely that we will undertake a project in this area. I think it can probably go into reserve to see what happens, but there's just relative to the other topics, it seems unlikely that we will start a project on that in the next strategy period. And then on the next slide, I think this is where I'm going to pause. This is just a question on, so on the work plan section, representatives have asked for their views on possible programming decisions in finalizing the work plan as discussed in section D of agenda item I.3, and specifically with the split between audits and reviews and sustainability and other assurance engagements. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Willie. give everyone a chance to digest this. I think one comment I had was I fully support the post-implementation reviews. There's been so much that has come through in the last several years. And I think it's always good to, if we can etch the time out to do that. So I was glad to see that was on there. Jean.
Billy and Tom, thank you. Billy, I'm glad you had a break. That was a lot to get through. And I guess continuing, Jim, with the post-implementation review thought. The first topic I'll comment on is the possible post-implementation review for ISA 540 revised. We think that is a very good candidate, very important, particularly given the importance between both sustainability and the financial statements. As we all understand, sustainability will require quite a number of important estimates, especially in the GHG emissions. But for the time being, estimates in the financial reporting and auditing context is, in our view, very important, especially when you think about the IFER survey of inspection results. And for the last 5 years, estimates is one of the most frequently commented on topics given the complexity. And so we strongly support that post-implementation review, and especially given, as I mentioned, the implications to both financial and the sustainability area. The second topic of comment is just to think about the linear versus integrated approach. We think the integrated approach would be a better way to go, and would more appropriately bring through technology as well as a number of other important changes, as you explained, Willie, coming through that 500 series. And those were the only two topics that I'll comment on at this point.
Thank you, Jean. Tokimishu.
Thank you, Willie and Tom, for the clear presentation. I have one innocent comment on slide 14. According to the wording included in bespoke suite of standards on sustainability assurance, it seems that task force and team support to stipulate more detailed standards for ISSA 5000, like delegated act of EU regulation. There could be two ways for the more detailed standards for ISSA 5000. One is related to particular sustainability topic. The other is related to some procedure, like how to deter fraud and how to decide some quality management standards other than ISQMs would be at least as demanding as the ISQMs. I really understand that it is very early stage, but if you would have any ideas regarding more detailed standards for ISSA 5000 at this point, I'd be glad to hear them. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Toshimizu. Akihito.
Thank you very much, James. Tom and Willie, thank you very much for the presentation. Very helpful. Considering market needs, further sustainability assurance standard project is important. It is crucial to continue to hear stakeholders' views about what kind of ISSA 5000 series are needed in a timely manner. As Toshimitsu mentioned, the needs of further sustainability assurance standards could be sustainability topic-based or procedure-based, and various matters are existed. A large percentage could be needed for sustainability assurance standard developing depending on needs of required standards, I think. Depending on the needs, resource and time allocation rate between audit review and sustainability assurance should be considered flexibly. Developing sustainability assurance standards are the new standards development. Some buffer should be considered for sustainability area due to immature of sustainability area on this work plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akihito. Any other comments, Hilda?
I think overall this looks quite good. Basically, two questions or considerations. I now have focused better, but as far as looking at, for instance, ISA 320 and 620 and 720, I don't know, it's always the 20 series, we could see that eventually related to sustainability assurance, materiality, other information, experts, that could come up. So we're just a little bit surprised that that comes up overall, because that's, I think, where you have put it, so that this comes up related to financial statement audit rather than the sustainability considerations. So that was one. And then a very tiny comment, need to update the EER guidance. Obviously, you mean that this would be changed so that it would be in line with the ISSA 5000, right? A final word on XBRL. I think I understand what you're saying. This is not on the list. From our very, limited or narrow European perspective, we would say, well, it's too late for us anyway, because we have something called SF, European Single Electronic Format, since 2019. So at that time, we scrambled very much as to, how are we going to audit this? And we worked together with the CAOB, with our regulator, that also didn't have the response. So we had to do work to try to use basically ISAE 3000 and to make it more specific, like what you're now doing for ISSA 5000 for sustainability. We will need to do the same again when eventually, the digital reporting on sustainability reporting will come in, and then that will need to be audited. So we have gained some experience on this, and well, an international standard on this would be useful, but somehow in the absence of it, we have tried to find a way, and in different member states, they have done their own standard in order to be able to deal with that. But it might be indeed something that comes back, because we can see that the trend towards having more digital reporting that needs to be audited, also that digitalization aspect, we talked about technology before, that will continue to come back, we would think.
Galen?
Yeah, thank you, Jim. I'm trying to catch up a little bit, and I'm probably behind on this, but maybe you can refresh my memory. Is the ICFR concept unique to the US, and it's not really something that we've delved into on the IAASB? And the reason I asked that is because yesterday I asked a similar question. What about internal controls over sustainability reporting? Is that part of ISA, the ED out on 5000? Is there anything in there on the internal controls over that? Has there been any request or calls for that? But maybe back to the first part of my question, ICFR. Is that anywhere in our standards, the IAASB standards? Reporting on internal controls. Is there a need for it?
Yeah, I can maybe respond to that. We have not received, there's not been any call in terms of developing a standard on reporting on the operating effectiveness of internal control as such. In our current suite of standards, that will particularly be dealt with under ISA 3000 revised at this point. If you are asked to particularly issue an assurance report on the operating effectiveness of internal control, that will be the standard that you will have to go to, is ISA 3000 revised. There's obviously the other standard in the ISAE series 3402 that deals with reports by service auditors on controls at service organizations. The other way that control is obviously addressed in our standards is in terms of the auditors or the practitioners' consideration of internal control as part of your audit of financial statements or the assurance on sustainability information. Although ISA 5000 does accommodate that internal control could be a subject matter. So in that regard, it is indicated there as well. And maybe just going back to the one monitoring group member, remember I said there was one monitoring group member that suggested a project on internal control. And that was also not in terms of internal control, Galen, in the context that you've mentioned now, in terms of, sorry, I'm just trying to find it here, in the context of a standard to report on the operating effectiveness of internal control. It was raised in the context of a project on internal controls in an audit of financial statements, both addressing the risk assessment aspects of internal control and in the test of controls aspect of internal controls. Okay.
Any other comments? Paul?
Yeah, just an expression of a little bit of disappointment that joint audit didn't make the cut. And perhaps that's because sort of I think a few others, we kind of imagined that maybe the model of the joint had some legs for sustainability assurance as well. You know, where you could have got two maybe smaller firms who together had the requisite skill set to do sustainability assurance. So just a bit disappointed that joint audit didn't kind of quite make the cut. And obviously it's joint audit is I think for many considered a niche because it's only something that's practiced in a few jurisdictions. Obviously, if we had a lot of French respondents, we might have ended up with a different response to the question.
Thank you, Paul. Tom?
Well, that's a perfect example of why we don't count comment letters anyway. So the reason it doesn't come on is the question of global prevalence. And, you know, when that's where we're not making a judgment on whether it's an important topic, whether it's good or bad. It's just in the scheme of things where we prioritize global prevalence is an issue. Let me take a couple of comments. In terms of the integrated approach, I'm the biggest proponent of the integrated approach. We'll be discussing it with the board next week. Your comments are noted. It seems to me, and thinking about a combination of 500, 330, and something else in the 500 series with an emphasis on technology, that it's the one that ticks the most boxes in terms of being responsive to what we heard on the ED comment letters, and also what we're hearing on the strategic plan comments too, that there's a desire for us to think holistically about this overarching framework standard and performance standards, how they fit together, how one influences the other. And so, you know, I find it persuasive, but we'll take your comments and see how the board deliberates on it next week. The reason we have both approaches is because this isn't a typical type of project then that standard setters have, and there has to be an expectation that there will be a delay a little bit in timetable on 500 if we just did 500 as if it were going on previously, because you want to make sure that all the three parts fit together. I find it persuasive, but again, the board will have to consider that in the context of the comments received and our public interest framework. You know, a couple of people asked, had no details on what's next on 5,000. Intentionally so, we're actually consulted a little bit about that in terms of our ED that's out there and saying, when this is done, what next? I think it was, I can't remember if it was Akihito or Toshimitsu who suggested some need for some flexibility there, but we will be flexible on what we heard here for the stakeholders. I just don't think we know what will arise. We're hearing a bunch of different points of view, and I don't think people fully know what we should do next, partly because they're still sort of ingesting our exposure draft too and seeing where the landscape evolves. The same revolves around sort of what next on in the whether 520, 320, all those things should come up next. So I think there is an element of flexibility. To me, the biggest decision item for us is how we deal with 500 and any other items and what the approach is. It this linear approach or is it integrated? And then things start to fall in place afterwards. Billy, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, Tom, the only thing I can add to that is in terms of the question that we had in terms of what might be next in the ISA series, I think we indicated in the consultation paper, as we saw as the ISAs evolved, your individual standards tend to either address specific elements of the assurance engagement, so things like risk identification and assessment or materiality, or it addresses specific elements of the subject matter information. Like, for example, if you compare with financial statements, things like subsequent events and accounting estimates, it's elements of the information. So we expect that will probably be the same evolution on the side of the ISAs, but as Thomas indicated, I think there's that sense of, well, we've just gotten ISA 5000. To the extent that respondents did indicate anything, we did summarize that in the issues paper, which in your pack will be agenda item I.3 in paragraph 65. But like I said, it's listed there. No more than 6 respondents talked about any of those topics, but they are listed there. You know, it was estimates and forward-looking information. People mentioned materiality, using the work of experts, fraud risk, and then climate-related disclosures specifically. But, you know, as Tom said, we simply don't know what's going to happen with as ISA 5000 completes. There might be something completely different that pops out as well. And that's why we think it is important that we have a placeholder so that we can be flexible in terms of responding to any emerging needs.
Thank you, Billy. Billy, I know you have one more section to go, so.
Oh, did I? I thought I was done, but.
Oh, did you do your?
Michelle, next slide. I think this is sort of just the wrap up of the end. You can go to the next slide. This was sort of just the overview of the last 2 questions that we had on question 7 and 8. I think most of this I probably touched on already in some other way. So in terms of the coordination between the IAASB and IAASB, as I said, we've listed there, you know, very important, the importance of the maintaining the enhanced coordination between the 2 groups, adopting a systematic approach, being a little bit clearer in terms of the projects on which we already know there is active coordination and on the possible projects going forward. And what we've done is that's the one of the sections in the work plan that we have already proposed changes to, which is on page 26 of agenda I.2. So we did build out the coordination with ethics in terms of focusing on the levels at which coordination takes place, that it can also include joint outreach, the projects that we believe, especially at the start of the work plan, that we're already aware of, and then possible broader areas that will continue to be of interest as we go on. For example, technology, because that will be a big driver of our projects. And on their side, we know that the experts project is continuing, and that we will keep informed of both work plans. And like I said, we also have a joint session next week. And so we try to build that out a little bit. And then on the other matters, that was question 8. Stay focused on principle-based standards. We did build something into the strategic drivers to make that point stronger. And I think the other point in terms of detail in relation to, we should be more detailed in terms of what our deliverables are. We have expanded that in the work plan. We think we are to the extent that we can be, because our project proposals try to be very detailed in our deliverables and in a timetable. And then we have our project pages that are updated on a quarterly basis to reflect any changes in timetables. And obviously any changes in timetables we need to discuss with the PIOB as well. So Jim, the last question then is just a general question. So Michelle, next slide, please. So that is just, is there anything else that representatives believe that we should take into account, the planning committee should consider in finalizing the work plan, like I said earlier, which we propose will be presented to the board for approval in December, the strategy and work plan.
Well, I see we have Galen's card, but no Galen. I think I'll go to Paul.
Maybe a consideration for next time. I found it very interesting earlier when you said, Billy, that these are projects that we've started, so we've got to finish them. And that kind of 2 things came into my mind. You know, there's many things that I do in life where I start and I'm absolutely adamant I'm going to finish them, and sometimes it's actually not in my best interest to do that. And it also kind of reminded me back when I was studying accountancy at university, one of the first concepts that we were taught was relevant costs and sunk costs and all this. And it kind of then sort of begged the question, well, maybe sometimes there are projects that you started where it really genuinely isn't worth finishing them. I think respondents to your consultations are highly unlikely to suggest it, because they're possibly thinking the same way, that, oh well, you know, so we don't want to upset rock the boat or anything. But perhaps in future it might be worth saying, are there projects that we're part way through doing and we should just, you know what, just call it a day, and because the cost is significant, because it's effort, it's staff time that could be devoted, board time, CAG time that could be devoted to other things that may be more valuable. So I just wonder whether that is a consideration perhaps when we do this thing again 3 years on.
Yeah, Paul, thank you for that perspective. I think there's a lot of value in, like you say, you have to sometimes think that it might be in the best interest to stop something. I think we took comfort from the fact that all the current projects were very much driven by our strategic objectives in our current strategy and work plan. And, you know, they went through a process of project proposals, which we've started to incorporate the recommendations under the public interest framework, and they were all framed in that context. And we didn't, at the time that we put the consultation paper out, we didn't see anything that was contrary to what was in the approved project proposals. But I take your point. We actually did contemplate, should we ask a question or shouldn't we ask a question? So your comment is noted. Thank you, Paul.
And Paul, thanks for giving me flashbacks when you talk about cost accounting class. Natasha.
Thank you so much. I guess you've asked a broad question, so I'm going to take this opportunity to give a suggestion that I think really goes to the heart of one of the key problems that I see with audit, which is, and I don't think any of you will be unaware of this, but which is the lack of substantive engagement by one of the key stakeholder groups, the investors, with audit and what goes on in audit and then the final product of audit. I think, unfortunately, the vast majority of investors really have absolutely no idea what's going on within the audit, and with all of these standards and some of the technical knowledge, et cetera, and that's a huge problem long term, because they are one of the key users of this particular service. And so I do wonder whether there's a gap here in the work plan, which of course is furthering a whole lot of technical standards and getting auditors to be better at doing what they're already doing behind the scenes. But we need to get some of what's going on behind the scenes communicated better to those users so they can value it better. Because it's almost like, I know the ultimate benefit is that you're going to have fewer unexpected insolvencies, et cetera, but there's value there that's not being appreciated by the users, basically. And so, this comes down to, I think, above all, communication. And we touched on CAMs earlier, and I'm personally a huge supporter of those, because I think they have opened up, they've provided finally a small lens for the users into what is actually going on, that huge mountain of work, what's going on, and giving information to investors that allows them to do their job better. So could there be further work around that? Could there be work around standards to guide auditors in engaging with the end users, investors? Could we have some, recommendations around that? Anything that allows this body of work to actually be, as I say, valued and appreciated by the end users. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. Dawn?
Thanks, Jim. Well, it wouldn't be a meeting with me in attendance if I didn't mention about the being sensitive to the volume and number of changes. So I have been brought with that comment. One thing I think that has changed and quite acutely over the past year is where all the humans that serve as professional accountants have gone. And this is whether it's with firms, whether it's our associations and institutes that support us, we are all really struggling with resources, and there just are not enough bums in the seats. So I think, in addition to saying be sensitive to what's coming down the pike that we have to contend with, the implementation guidance is going to be even more an acute requirement as we try to struggle with adopting those changes.
Thank you, Dawn. Anyone else? Any comments, Billy or Tom?
I've already responded to Paul. Natasha, I think, you raise a point which is always a continuous struggle for standard setters, is how to better connect with investors and users. We will continue to try and get better at that. I know your point is broader in terms of also sort of communicating better with users, in terms of even more education in terms of users. We have tried to start on some of our projects, and in that process, we've actually built up good databases of contacts with users. On our fraud project, we undertook targeted outreach specifically to users, and we will certainly try and sort of replicate that on other projects where things like transparency through the auditor's report is very important. We're also trying on the ISA 5000 project, for example, to get away from the technical detail and give those user groups a different avenue of giving us their feedback through, for example, an easier online survey with questions that are less technical and more direct and fewer. So we are definitely conscious about that, and we will continue to focus on that. And then, Dawn, I think your comment is noted. I think we do have to, and we have tried to identify in terms of the implementation guidance how we could probably get the right balance there. But your point is taken. Thank you.
Very well. Well, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Willie, on the presentation on the strategic plan. We did pull up something that we were originally going to do tomorrow to today. So the implication here is we are going to be a little bit later today, but a little bit earlier tomorrow. And I'm very conscious of my colleagues in Japan and elsewhere that it's getting late. And I appreciate that. We have 2 more sessions to go, and I think they'll go relatively quickly. So please, if you can stay on, that would be great. And with that, we are going to move to a private session. And the private session is for the CAG members.